Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Once again, we are now on part two of People's Strike, and we have an amazing lineup of people, music, and discussions. So please stay on with us. Let me just start with bringing my colleague Matt Meyer onto the screen, who is going to introduce the next show. Matt, welcome.
Firoze, what a great morning it's been so far. Fantastic.
It's been amazing discussions, really superb.
Now, we must remember that in life, in all life, technical difficulties must arise. So please excuse us and excuse me while I ask. Firoze, I'm going to guess that Dave Lippman is not in the waiting room.
No,
Is that correct?
no, he's not in the waiting room yet.
Okay, so I think what we're going to do, we were going to open this section, and we are going to open this section with some culture. And Firoze, I'm going to ask you as I introduce it, if you can queue up and get ready as soon as my introductions are done,
Sure.
to have the culture video right there.
Sure, will do.
So we're going to have three brief cultural pieces, very exciting and amazing, taking place just before the next series of speakers. And I'll just briefly introduce all three of them and we'll roll them together. First up is an incredible poet, a gentleman by the name of Raymond Nat Turner, who is in fact the poet in residence of Black Agenda Report. Raymond comes to us today with a tape of an extraordinary poem of his called Dear Harriet. But it's also important to note here on July 1st at People's Strike broadcast that Raymond is involved every year in a special anti-July 4th video. Actually, an anti-July 4th program. This year it's going to be in video. It is a program of dramatic readings and commentary on Frederick Douglass's What to the Slave is the 4th of July. So this is just a little pitch for Nat Turner. On July 3rd at 6 p.m. Pacific time, 9 p.m. Eastern. Check out National Writers Union, Upsurge, New York City, or Raymond Nat Turner for information on how to queue into that broadcast. After Raymond, one of our own favorites, Nejma Nefertiti, has an incredible hip-hop piece. And then coming to us live after all that will be Dave Lippman with an original song written for this particular day. I'll end by saying that Dave's song is about the Palestinian uprisings around today's special day, incredibly difficult day out there with intensified Zionist annexation and settler colonialism. And today, July 1st, has been designated by our Palestinian comrades as a day of rage with actions all around the world. We're going to have a Palestinian guest later in our programming later this afternoon, but People's Strike has endorsed the Palestinian Day of Rage actions, and we're happy to have Dave Lippman bring us a song commemorating that this day of actions. So that's it for my introductions. Firoze, back to you and running the tapes.
Okay, here we go.
I want to say that there's a bird that teaches us quite a lot that we need to carry us forward in our struggle versus what Black Agenda Report refers to as this leadership class. That bird I refer to is the Sankofa bird. And in that connection, I wrote this piece in celebration of the 100th anniversary of Harriet Tubman's death and life in particular. This year, 2013, and not just March, but the whole year, as far as I'm concerned. And so this piece is inspired by the great saxophonist Sonny Rollins. It's called, the song or performance he did was called G-Man. This piece is called Help, Mama Harriet, Help. Help, 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 Mama Harriet, help, Mama Harriet, help, help, Mama Harriet, help. Help, help, Mama Harriet, help. Help, help, Mama Harriet, help. Help, Mama Harriet, help, Mama Harriet, Mama Harriet. Hallucination or hibernations? The new Negro national question. For hearts and brains infected with strains of post-racial congestion. Deadly delusions dance round, asking truths of genocide. Hyphens between Africans and America. Grow, Wyoming wide. Come tonight, dim chandelier overhead, or come tomorrow, damp moss growing green and thick on tree trunks, pointing you north. High sign as Gulf and coast clear. Reconstruction task dog us. Strip searching our souls. Seizing star-studded smiles from our children's eyes. Come plotting ferocious firefights for freedom schools. Raising bridges level consciousness. Come with battle plans. Housing those in cardboard beds. Come mowing down Rolex models. Mirages, littering trails you blazed. Come Underground Railroad. Come Harper's Ferry. Come hitchhiking. Your bling blind children roll Land Rovers, Bentleys, but subcompact love for one another, the ancestors, and planet's other animals. Hurry, hurry, hurry! Help, help, Mama Harriet, help! Help, help, Mama Harriet, help! Help, help, Mama Harriet, help! Help, Mama Harriet, help, Mama Harriet, Mama Harriet, help, help, Mama Harriet, help! Help, help, Mama Harriet, help! Help, help, Mama Harriet, help! Help, Mama Harriet, help, Mama Harriet. Hallucination and hibernation, the new Negro national question. For hearts and brains infected with strains of post-racial congestion. Deadly delusions dance round masking truths about genocide. Hyphens between Africans and America grow. Wyoming wide. Come digging your dark, strong, work-scarred hands deep in our sternums. Compress our chests with CPR, blow brave breaths. Twisted mouths, blow fire back into pot bellies, oozing empire's buzz. Use your trusty pistol as a defibrillator. Shock our shriveled hearts alive again. Oxygenate black brains. Hurry, hurry, hurry! Help, help, Mama Harriet, help! Help, help, Mama Harriet, help! Help, help, Mama Harriet, help! Help, Mama Harriet, help, Mama Harriet, Mama Harriet, help, help, Mama Harriet, help! Help, help, Mama Harriet, help! Help, help, Mama Harriet, help! Help, Mama Harriet, help, Mama Harriet. Hallucination and hibernation, the new Negro national question. For hearts and brains infected with strains of post-racial congestion. Deadly delusions dance round masking truths of genocide. Hyphens between African and American grow. Wyoming wide. Come heartbroken, wondering where we lost true north. coated out with lead, swallowed in steel, hooked on race-laced theater, Madison Avenue's Moses, mining reparations, calibrating and triangulating like old Pharaoh, profaning hallowed ground you rose up. Arms, highballing, speed of light with your Herculean love, hand down drinking board directions. Help us walk vertical again and throw shoes at and spit in the faces of 30 pieces of silver spying line Lilliputians. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Help, help, Mama Harriet, help. Help, help, Mama Harriet, help. Help, help, Mama Harriet, help. Help, Mama Harriet, help. Mama Harriet, help, help, Mama Harriet, help. Help, help, Mama Harriet, help. Help, help, Mama Harriet, help. Help, Mama Harriet, help. Hallucination or hibernation, the new Negro, ask the question. For hearts and brains infected with strains of post-racial congestion, daily delusions dance round, asking truce of genocide. Hyphens between Africans and American road, why only five? Hot-footed, compartments like diamond drills cutting through. Pyrite, come bless us. With news orators, conductors, and station agents, new Fannie Lou's, Ida B's, Roses, Ellas, Daisies, Caffeys of Compton, Caracas, Delhi, Durban, Kabul, Baghdad, Tehran, Harlem, and Seoul. New Marylands, Asadas, Bandanas, Ramonas, Pams, Uris, New Nellies, Alice's, Arundatis, Cynthia's, Charlotte's, Lynn's, Lydia's, Monica's, Nora's, Cleo's, and Jane Doe's. Help us swing low, finding a new way of living. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Help, help, mama, help, 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 mama, help, help, mama.
Hi, we're having to interrupt that program. We'll come back to listening to that poem again shortly. But because of time schedules that other people have, we're bringing up our next two guests, Saki and Clarence Thomas. Welcome to the stream. Saki, this is your show.
Thanks, Firoze. And because we're running a bit short on time, and I know that Clarence has some time restraints, we're gonna jump right in and try to fit in and get in as much as we can. So thanks, Clarence Thomas, for joining us. We want to see if you can share with us the different organizing that the ILWU, the International Longshoremen and Warehouse Union, has been doing in this moment, both in the moment of the COVID pandemic and also in this moment of the recent uprising. The ILWU has a long history of solidarity with Black people fighting against, like apartheid in South Africa, historically, refusing to unload ships from South Africa and later on from Israel. We're wondering
We got a glitch, couldn't hear her.
Sorry about that. Oh, here she's back. Okay.
Sorry,
Okay.
I'm having internet problems earlier. I thought I had taken care of it. So I want to see if you can tell us about what happened in June on Juneteenth. Can you share what led up to that and the port closures that happened?
Well, first of all, thanks for having me on the program. Brother Raymond Nat Turner and I go back some 16 years when we organized the Million Worker March 2004 at the Lincoln Memorial in Washington, D.C. I guess, well, for those who may be listening and watching, the International Longshore and Warehouse Union are workers that work at the 29 ports on the West Coast, including Vancouver, Canada, who are responsible for the loading and unloading of maritime cargo. The automobiles that you drive from Asia, the shoes that you wear, the athletic shoes, the computers, a lot of the food that you eat, they all come off of a ship. I think that longshore workers probably understand capitalism better than any other workers in the world because of the fact that we are critical to the global economy. We understand that before merchandise can be sold to the public as commodities, there are cargo on the ship. And our position is that we understand how powerful we are as workers, and we understand that we have a very critical role to play because the ILWU has a long history of fighting against racial oppression, political exploitation, economic exploitation. I think a good place to start, just to give some context for why it is that on Juneteenth, 2020, all 29 ports on the West Coast were shut down for 8 hours, including Vancouver, Washington, is for this reason. The most radical and militant Black trade unionists in the United States of America are in ILWU Local 10, which is headed by Trent Willis, who's a third-generation longshore worker, and ILWU Local 34, which is headed by Keith Shanklin. Those two brothers were responsible for initiating the 2020 Juneteenth historical West Coast shutdown. It's important for people to understand that longshore workers, and particularly on the West Coast, was born out of struggle. In 1934, there was a very important West Coast strike that took place. The purpose of that West Coast maritime strike was to have a workers' control hiring hall, to have coast-wide agreement, to have a 6-day work week, a very socialistic program, very socialistic program. And as a result of that, the workers in San Francisco, which led the strike, had to go up against what was then called the shock troops of capitalism, which were the shipping companies. They also had to go up against the National Guard, police department, vigilantes, the Ku Klux Klan, all of that because of the fact that it was considered to be a Bolshevik agenda that was being carried out. San Francisco was the #1 port city in the world at that time. Black people were excluded from unions as a result of white supremacy. Harry Bridges, who was an Australian immigrant and a leftist, along with other Marxist, Leninists, and communists, appealed to the Black community to not scab in the 1934 strike. That was a very historical moment. They went to Black churches, and Black pastors allowed them to come into the church and to make an appeal to the Black community to support the workers, and in exchange, they would be included into the union. They made good on that promise, and the Black community, by and large, supported that strike. That was a turning point. This was a strike against white supremacy in 1934. So it is not surprising at all that ILWU Local 10 and 34 are the only predominantly African-American longshore locals on the West Coast. And it's important to understand that, because when you talk about the issues, I mean, the history of the anti-apartheid struggle culminating in 1984, where longshore workers refused to work South African cargo on the Ned Lloyd Kimberley for 11 days. That information got back to Nelson Mandela while he was on Robben Island. But it didn't stop there. Local 10 members also were able to secure containers from our employers to ship much needed medical supplies, school books, clothes, chewing gum, dollar bills, and that was sent to freedom fighters in Tanzania. We were also able to send books, 10,000 book library from a professor at the University of California, Berkeley, sent to Zanzibar, initiated by Brother Leo Robinson, who received the Nelson Mandela Freedom Award for initiating the resolution that calls for ILW members to refuse to handle South African cargo. So let's fast forward to 2020. It was the first time in American history that an international union had taken action to strike, if you will, not for wages, not for working conditions, but to commemorate the Emancipation Proclamation of enslaved African Americans. Now, we understand that that really did not happen, but it was a historical landmark in Galveston, Texas, June 19th, 1865. Enslaved African people in Galveston got the word that the Emancipation Proclamation had taken effect in 1863, but they had just gotten the word that the Confederacy had lost. Okay. We cannot separate that moment from, as you made reference to, the pandemic that we're currently facing, also the looming depression, and of course, the international uprising against systemic racism and white supremacy. So this was a historical moment for this action to take place. But this was not the first time that the ILWU has been in the vanguard in terms of supporting the struggle of Black people and people who are oppressed. I'd like to call your attention to October 23rd, 2010, when ILWU Local 10 initiated a 5-port, 8-hour shutdown calling for jail for killer cops and justice for Oscar Grant. Oscar Grant, of course, was an African-American man who was killed on January 1st, 2019 at BART, which is the Bay Area's subway system. He was shot in the back while his hands were handcuffed behind him. And I believe that was the first instances where pedestrians or people were able to capture on their cell phones the murder of an unarmed, innocent African-American by the police. Many people wonder, well, why would longshore workers take such an action? What connection, other than it's a predominantly Black local, what connection? Well, the connection is this. In July 5th of 1934, going back to 1934 again, 2 strikers were shot in the back by police officers during the Great Strike. We call that date Bloody Thursday. Well, one of the lessons that our members have learned is the relationship between the police department and the state. We're very clear as to what the role of the police is. The police are organized for the state to protect the rich, the powerful, the privileged, and property. Anytime there is a labor dispute, police are called out. They're not there to express solidarity with the working class. They are there to protect the interests of the bosses, whether or not they are scabs that they're trying to protect, whether or not they're trying to repress the workers. And I'd like to call your attention that the first organized state police department started in the state of Pennsylvania. And the purpose of that police department being organized was specifically to control and repress immigrants in the United States who were looked upon as being a threat to the bosses. A lot of American people, especially workers, have very little understanding about the relationship between the police, the working class. If we go back to, just very quickly, if we go back to the Haymarket uprising in 1886, where the police came down repressively on workers in Chicago who were organizing around the 8-hour workday. So it's important that people understand the relationship, because right now we hear so much about the issue of defunding the police, which I like to say, divesting from the police department, investing in the community, which is a very progressive agenda. Labor has a very important role to play in this struggle, because if working people are to be heard, then labor must shut it down, which is exactly what the ILWU did on Juneteenth.
So thanks for all of that background and history. I'm wondering two things. I think it may be hard for people to really grasp what it means to shut down a port for 8 hours. What does that mean? What does that look like? What's the impact? So maybe if you can share that a little bit, so people have a sense of how, and not only one port, but all the ports on the West Coast.
All 29 ports from San Diego to Bellingham, Washington, including Vancouver, Washington.
Vancouver, yeah. And then, yeah, go ahead.
Well, I guess one of the things that's probably the most easiest for people to understand is that Wall Street, Walmart, Target, everybody who does business at the port couldn't make any money for 8 hours. Let's be a little bit more specific about that. We live in a time of what they call a global economy. In order for you to wear that tank top that you're wearing, or in order for you to, especially right now during this period of the COVID-19, like my wife has been ordering gloves and masks and other things, and so have I. That meant that was interrupted.
Yeah.
That might have caused some hardships. But the reality of the situation is the only leverage that working people have is at the point of production. Could you imagine if longshore workers, if Teamsters, if airline pilots, if UPS drivers all decided that they were going to shut down on Juneteenth in order to not only protest, but to resist white supremacy, to resist economic systemic racism, to make a statement against capitalism? I tell young people all the time, you can't have capitalism without racism. And to prove that, all we have to do is look at our history and to see that American capitalism was built, the foundation of that is in slavery. That's a fact. So imagine if that were to take place. That would change the whole conversation in this country. Now, just a few days ago, with Juneteenth, you had Twitter, you had Target, you had the governor of New York saying, oh, I'm going to give the state workers a day off. Target, oh, I'm going to give my people the day off with pay. Nike, I'm going to give. Could you imagine if all of those workers that I mentioned shut down? The most important thing I think that would happen is that the working class could say, we are critical to this economy. We are the majority of the people in America. We hold the alternatives and the answers to our problems. If you want to stop,
I think it actually.
Yeah. So I mean, people need to,
the essential title that has been, you know, so popularized during this moment of COVID, of like who's essential and how essential they are, being able to say we refuse to work and we're going to hit you where in your pocket where it hurts is, you know, it seems like a real demonstration of the reliance that the system has, and demonstrates even for us the impact that we could potentially have. So what you mentioned those other groups. What can you all offer or I guess advise for other unions and other workers?
Well, you know, I think that it's no accident that, as I mentioned before, Local 10 and Local 34, the most radical Black trade unionists in the United States of America, we're predominantly Black. So we bring 401 years of oppression to the labor movement. The labor movement is very racist, very racist. You're more likely to find a Black person or a person of color leading a Fortune 500 company than you are to find them leading an international union. Okay? They got a long history of that. And I think that we can't overlook that factor as to why you're posing this question to me, as to why other unions have not done what we've done. I think that has a lot to do with it. Number two, the relationship that labor has with the Democratic Party. The Democratic Party's interests and that of working people are not the same. Just recently, we read that Richard Trumka, who heads up the AFL-CIO, he's not in favor of kicking the police out of Central Labor Councils. That's not the will of the people. In Seattle, Washington, the Martin Luther King Labor Council recently kicked out the police. So we need to be very clear. As long as labor is controlled by the Democratic Party, you won't see these kinds of actions. Let's be clear about something. I don't know how many people, was there very much coverage on the bourgeois press and on corporate television about the shutdown of the West Coast ports? I'm going to call out Amy Goodman. She treated that action as if it was commensurate with Black folks making a mural in the street saying Black Lives Matter. That particular action breaks with the Democratic Party and the political class and says, this is the working class mobilizing in its own name, independent of those particular forces, because our interests are not the same as theirs. Our interest is an anti-capitalist interest. To be more specific, it's putting people before profits. It's against corporate greed. It wants to slash the military budget. It wants to end policing as we know it. We want the right for the Black community to be able to control its own political, economic, and social destiny, which is why I'm on this program. We need to be very clear here and break things down very simply for people who are watching this program. So
How do build and organize amongst the rank and file workers? Like how can folks build amongst the rank and file workers a sense of anti-imperialist internationalism, anti-capitalism, white supremacy? Like what's needed for?
I can answer that question very easily. It's a very easy, all you got to do is start organizing. The problem is that many of these unions are not very democratic. I mentioned that brother Leo Robinson, who received the Nelson Mandela Freedom Award for his actions regarding the anti-apartheid struggle. He wrote a resolution after the Soweto massacres, I believe in 1977, wrote a simple resolution saying that we should boycott South African cargo. That resolution passed our executive board and passed our membership. But between 1977 and 1984, a lot of organizing took place. For example, the South African Liberation Support Committee, which was the first anti-apartheid organization based in the labor movement took place. We started inviting people from the ANC and people from the underground to come to speak. But more importantly than that, when rank and filers, both black and white, raised the question as to what does the anti-apartheid struggle have to do with we workers here on the waterfront? And the answer was this. Brother Leo Robinson said, while American corporations are shutting down manufacturing concerns in the United States, they are investing in those same concerns in South Africa. And they're not doing it for the benefit of changing the anti-apartheid laws. They're doing to exploit Black workers. There's an intersectionality and connection between all workers. And the ILWU believes in this, that in order to have a peaceful world and economic security, then workers need to have international solidarity with both unions and workers. And that is absolutely critical. Workers are going to have to begin to organize and take some risk. Let me just call your attention to something. The ILA, which is the International Longshore Association, that's the longshore workers on the East Coast, the Gulf, and in the Great Lakes. You would think that on Juneteenth, that you would have workers from Galveston, Texas, all throughout the Gulf shutting down on Juneteenth. Wouldn't you think so? There was not one. Not one. We got a lot of work to do, but there's no way to sugarcoat this. Because I want to tell you something right now. Our employers did not want us to have Juneteenth. The Pacific Maritime Association wanted us to have Flag Day, June 14th. It has no historical significance or relevance at all. Longshore workers at all 29 ports rejected that particular position. The employers had a choice, either accepting our proposal on June 19th, or else they would have all of their ships waiting and disrupted for 8 hours. But instead of that, they said, okay, we understand. The longshoremen got the power. Yes, we do. If we don't work, they don't make a dime. Every penny that we earn in wages is a penny less than profits for them. And the only reason why we're able to have that leverage is because we've told the bosses that if you don't pay us a fair day's wage and provide us with democracy at work, we're shutting you down. That's the power of the working class. This is the very simple solution, but until such time as workers are willing to do this, and by the way, I would say this to Black workers and people and workers of color in particular, you have an obligation to speak up for your community and for your interest. You have an obligation. And if you don't understand that, when your children are out there, or your relatives, your nieces and nephews are out there in the streets, putting their lives on the line, disrupting traffic, shutting down bridges, and all of the rest, our obligation is to take action at the point of production, and we can do it.
So can you talk a little bit about being in coalition with communities and community organizations?
Could you pose that question again, please?
So, I mean, I'm wondering, you're talking about the action that's taking place in the street and folks doing that, and workers not, sitting by on the sidelines, and even the solidarity that was involved in terms of like the ILWU's work with the anti-apartheid movement. What's needed in terms of relationships with community organizations that are developing and strategizing and trying to move this work forward? What's the relationship and what's the coalition work?
Well, I'm glad you mentioned that, because there was an organization that was responsible for more than 20,000 people and 500 automobiles showing up at our Juneteenth mobilization. That was made up of ILWU members. It was made up of other union work members. It was also made up of people from various sectors of the community. The only way that I can explain this to you is that, you see, when you break from the Democratic Party and don't allow them to determine how you operate as a union, there was a time in this country when the union spoke not only for their members, but for the entire working class, because it's the most organized sector of the working class. It's absolutely essential that we associate ourselves with community organizations. Absolutely critical. When oh, I'm having a brain thing. Right. Okay. I'm going back to the killing of Oscar Grant that took place, okay, in 2009. There were various sectors of the community that came together: the Nation of Islam, anti-police terror groups, Marxist-Leninist organizations, community grassroots organizations, all came together around justice for Oscar Grant. The ILWU was very much a part of that. We understand the relationship between the community and labor. We are the community. One of the largest demonstrations of Black men in this country not going to work on a particular day took place in 1995 when the Million Man March happened in Washington, D.C. Most people don't view it that way. But I can tell you, I was there. The majority of the men who were there were working class men who work for a living, not Black professionals. But yet at that particular event, there you did not see longshoremen with banners. There were longshoremen there. There were Teamsters there. There were construction workers there. There were transit workers there, but they did not have their banners. They did not have their banners. That changed in 2005 with the celebration of the 10th anniversary of the Million Man March. We met with Minister Farrakhan. The Million Worker March movement met with Minister Farrakhan and told them the importance of having labor to speak. We have to be able to break through white supremacy, brothers and sisters. Majority of the people the majority of the people who work in a union today, it's a very small number, perhaps 7%, 8%, 9%, when you take into consideration the public sector workers. The majority of the people who work for a living don't belong to a union. So if you're talking about organizing, you have to go outside of the labor movement. And that's one of the things that we're finding so critical right now when we talk about essential workers. Yes, there are a lot of essential workers, but the workers aren't treated as essential by the bosses.
Right.
And right now is a critical moment for all of workers who are considered to be essential to be connecting with organizations like the ILWU. We would hope that others would follow our example. But we're very, very clear about one thing. You have to understand that the Democratic Party's interest is not the same as ours. We have a right to affordable housing. We have a right to be able to send our children to college. We have a right to live in a community where we're not treated as enemy combatants. We have a right to all of these things. But unless we're willing to challenge the billions of dollars that are spent on the military, unless we're not willing to challenge the health insurance companies around the question of us having Medicare for all, unless we're not willing to challenge municipalities to say we're not going to allow these cops to kill us and our children, and we're paying for this, we got to start acting and mobilizing in our own name. That's where we are right now, and it can happen. If we can shut down all 29 ports on the West Coast and have 25,000 people to come out, to have Sister Angela Davis, to have Brother Boots Riley, to have Brother Danny Glover and others to come out and stand with us, because the ILWU has stood for the community for all these years, others can do it too. All it takes is for people to stand up and start organizing organizing in their own name, in their own interest. That's what's going to change. And right now, during this COVID-19, is a wonderful opportunity for this to happen at this historical moment in time.
Well, thanks. We're gonna wrap it up there. It's a great way to end it and to wrap it up with that call to action. Thank you, Clarence Thomas.
Well, thank you for having me.
That was really great.
Thanks, Firoze. You want to bring us into the next segment?
Yep, we have, let me add Matt here, who is going to be introducing Dave Lippman, who has been immensely patient. So thank you, Dave, for tolerating all this bad timekeeping. But, you know, our excuse is Pan-African meantime. Okay, so there we are. Matt, like to say a few words.
Just very briefly, I'll say again, July 1st, in addition to 1st of every month, People's Strike coming together, broadcasts and actions and reporting of the actions that have taken place. This particular 1st of the month, July 1st, is a special day called by our Palestinian sisters and brothers for international solidarity, for a day of rage against intensified annexation. Dave Lippman, an investigative songwriter who afflicts the complacent, distorts history, and updates worn-out songs with parody and thrust. Dave is going to help us commemorate this important day of rage for the Palestinians. Dave, take it away.
Am I audible? Am I
audible and visible?
The annexation of a whole nation by a conqueror is not permitted. If gangs who pillage came to your village, it would be Johnny, get your gun. US and Israel agree without fail. They share this square idea, they're superior. Grab land and water, kill son and daughter. Don't give a damn for human rights. Israel's ambitious, a bit malicious. They're not satisfied with West Jerusalem. They want the whole land. They've got a big plan. It's a somewhat racist scam. They're occupying and always lying. Apartheid is but a step to their final goal, ethnic cleansing and dispossession. The USA says A-OK. So let's all wake up. The truth let's take up. No more seizure of water and land and rights. If they keep stealing, I've got a feeling that there never will be peace. Let's all unite now, and I mean right now. My mother said, stand up for the underdog. We're gonna build a better future, and we're gonna start right now. We're gonna build a better future, and we're gonna start right now.
Oh, that's the greatest modern version of Bella Ciao that I've heard. It's just great. We want it. We want it.
Thank you.
That's brilliant.
By the way,
David, thank you again.
It has a dubious presence on YouTube. We're not sure. They've labeled it unfit for under 18. Not sure yet why. But it's over on Vimeo. Anyway, if you want to find the recording with the video, you go to bit.ly/DL annexation. Big DL like down low. And bit.ly is bit.ly/DL and then small annexation.
Dave Lippman, thank you again.
Thank you.
We have a segment now that People's Strike leader Wendy Marshall and myself co-produced on Black and Brown Unite and Fight. So we're going to roll that now. It has some live footage. It has some tape footage. It has some special interviews with Johanna Fernandez and Mickey Melendez. It also has, for those of you wanting to keep the culture going, some words from the unbelievable, the extraordinary, immortal technique. So here we go. Black and Brown unite and fight for the next hour.
In June 2020, in Harlem, mobilizing from the Bronx and from all over New York City, a historic unity march took place. Black and Brown, Unite and Fight, founded and organized by Mickey Melendez, with help from Johanna Fernandez and many original Young Lords, Black Panthers, and others. The mobilization sought to bring together people from throughout the Latino community to speak about their own vision and version of Black Lives Matter and the movement to protect Black, Brown, and Indigenous lives everywhere.
This is Matt Meyer. For People Strike Broadcast, Wendy Marshall and I are pleased to welcome Young Lords co-founder Mickey Melendez and organizer Johanna Fernandez to talk about the historic march and the future.
Thank you, Matt. Welcome, Johanna and Mickey. Happy to be here with you. I'm going to start by asking you to talk a little bit about the planning of the march, what inspired you to think about organizing a
Just wanted to figure out what it was. And after the conversation with him, the first and only person that came to mind that I think would be a welcoming co-conspirator in putting this together was Johanna Fernandez. So Johanna Fernandez now probably close to 20 years. Met her when she was a doctorate student at Columbia University. She was actually the researcher on the book We Took the Streets. That was my book that was published in 2013. So we've had a long relationship, and I know that she has, is well respected in a lot of segments of the Black and the Latino community. She is a professor, but I think that there is a new generation of activist professors, she being one, and I know many of them. So I went to Johanna and just said, hey, look, this is, about us supporting Black Lives Matter for all the obvious reasons, and also allows us to create a space to talk about how police brutality particularly affects the Latino community, the way it does the Mexican American community, the way it does the Native American community. So that was basically the first conversation that I had with Johanna, and she took off, and I think our first Zoom meeting was about 20, 30 people. At the height of it, there were 51 people. People are being very respectful. People, using deference, nobody talking over each other. And that's how this thing came together, a community coming together, basically, in support of Black Lives, the Latino community, or the Latinx community, or the Afro-Boricua community, coming together in support of Black Lives Matter on June 14th, Che Guevara's birthday.
Thank you. I'm wondering how you see sort of anti-immigrant and anti-Black sentiments posing obstacles to Black, Brown organizing and Black community.
Well, it's all rooted in the same stuff, right? It's all rooted in racism and genocide. It's there are obstacles, and then the continuation of the manifestation of what this country is about.
Mm-hmm. Tell me a little bit about as a young lord, what Black Brown Unity looked like back in the day.
Well, from where we lived in the projects, you had Tito Puente coming out of one apartment, you had Miles Davis coming out of another one, and there was a lot of crossover. Culturally, with Dizzy Gillespie and bebop, so that culturally we were kind of there already. And politically, it came to, and I think we need to mention the name of Fred Hampton here, whose idea and vision of what it looks like when people, like-minded people, revolutionary, anti-imperialist, anti-racist, come together and move forward, for everyone's benefit. So it was, we go to the Panther office, they come to our office. My second son's godfather was Lumumba Shakur, Zay Shakur's brother, who was killed actually in the New Jersey Turnpike. So there was that, and it was, for us, it was very natural. It wasn't very natural a long time ago, or pre-Young Lords, because I think one of the things that we did, among a lot of things that we did, was that for our community, it was kind of acceptable to, accept, of course, Spain, because it's Europe, and, you couldn't get away from the indigenous, but not Black, that's something else, and you get these things like, a Black person from Luisan, which is where the hub in Puerto Rico of the Black community is. I mean, you get somebody from Luisa and put them in front of a mirror, and you get an African American, and you couldn't tell who was who. But somehow, because of the colonialized mentality and the conditioning on the Spain and the United States, that Black Puerto Rican felt that he was just a little better or different than the African American. And I think that's one of the young lords that they said we amplified and raised. And it was also the influence of us being born and raised in the United States and watching the civil rights movement. So for us, it was kind of, this is, one of the comments that I made on June 14th was that, our DNA and our music goes back to the same place, Africa.
Why do you think it's taken, or has it taken a while for Latino, Latinx communities to confront anti-Blackness?
Again, I think it's the predominant culture, in the society, and a lot of times it's somewhat easy to demonize people. You need to demonize people to do and commit the atrocity that you do on people. It was, Redskins, and it was Japs, and it was groups, and currently it's towelheads. So you have to dehumanize them to be able to, perpetuate again all the atrocities that that people commit on those people.
Mm-hmm.
But I think that it's I think it's a trajectory, and it's a long one, and the arts bends over a period of time, and who said that? Martin Luther King. But so I think it's it's part of a continuing raising of consciousness, that I feel that 50 years later, I'm back here seeing similar things, but history doesn't repeat itself. I think that's a misnomer. There were different conditions, there were different objective conditions. I think that it's anti-dialectic to say that history repeats itself. History does not repeat itself. And this is a new point in the history, and it's up to us, and we have the power to change it, change society, change, institutional racism, all the structural inequities that go on.
Mm-hmm.
I guess if I can hop in here for a second, the other piece that's just to further that dialectic, a bit of connectivity between the past and the present and the future. It did feel, looking at the tapes that march, and I was at a big Brooklyn demonstration happening at the same time, but sad not to be with you up in Harlem, is that some of that energy between the Young Lords and the Panthers, some of that old-time energy of connectivity and resistance was felt there, and it is being felt there on the streets in different ways. And I guess bringing in Johanna as well, I'd love to hear from both of you about how you think that Young Lords, Black Panther energy was with you, is with us in the streets today and tomorrow, and what the relevance of those connective tissues are now.
Johanna?
So I want to thank both of you for bringing both of us into this discussion, and I want to acknowledge that Mickey Melendez is the founder of the Young Lords here in New York, and he's also the author of the book We Took the Streets, Fighting for Latino Rights with the Young Lords. And in many ways, Mickey did in this moment what he did in 1969, when he pulled together major activists in the city and put them in a room and suggested that they talk to each other and pursue some kind of common cause and organizational project for the transformation of the community, but also society. I think this is important because this is what is needed. So just to reach back into history, I've written a book about the subject and was enthralled in the story of how the Young Lords developed, but Mickey was a student at SUNY Westbury, and he invited Felipe Luciano, who was active in the Black Power movement and part of the poets, the last poets, the precursor to hip hop, spoken word poets who were mentored by Amiri Baraka. He brought Felipe Luciano into the conversation, but he also noted that Juan Gonzalez was leading protests and occupations at Columbia University, and brought him into the conversation. And this is important because oftentimes when we exist in different spheres of light, we can become narrowly committed to the very small project that we're working on. And I mean, I'm saying this because it's important, not just because Mickey was important to the process, but this is what we need now. We need to bring people together. And that's what he did. He brought others together and said, together we are more powerful than the sum of our component parts. And so that's what he did in this instance. He called me and said, this is the time. He read the moment. And you know, I've been involved in politics for more than 20 years, 25 years. But I think it took someone with the experience and the vision of having been active at that moment of revolutionary politics and solidarity, organized solidarity in the late 60s, to say, you know, this is a moment and we need to put a container on it. And I think part of the reason why that demonstration pulled so many people, well over 5,000 people, and people of all races, although Afro-Latinos and Latinx and the African diaspora and Black Americans really were the heart and soul. I think this thing happened. People were outraged. George Floyd, or also Breonna Taylor, the pandemic, right? People seeing that the state was completely callous and unwilling to relieve the pandemic.
Sorry, I'm gonna.
So people saw that the state had failed to meet human need, and that had created a shift in consciousness and radicalization. But when protests broke out in New York, my sense is that people wanted to commit to something that they could put their hearts in. And so when we launched this protest, that was a solidarity protest explicitly launched by the Latinx community in common cause with Black Americans, people were like, yeah, that's where I'm at. That's what I want to do. And that was essentially the spirit and heart and soul of the Young Lords work, but also the Rainbow Coalition launched by Fred Hampton in Chicago when he brought together the Black American community through the Black Panther Party, the Mexican and Puerto Rican community through the Young Lords Party, which was launched in Chicago, but also the white poor community that was organized with the white patriots. That was what the original Rainbow Coalition was about. And you asked me, well, why did the spirit of that period get amplified today? Well, part of what we're seeing in many ways is that the campaigns and structure of feeling and protest of the late 60s through the work of the Young Lords, the Black Panthers, and the Rainbow Coalition is where we're picking it up today. Those were in many ways unfinished conversations and unfinished revolutions. And if you think about all of the issues that the Young Lords and the Black Panthers were preoccupied with, health, the fact that we live in a system where healthcare, the most foundational of human needs, is for profit. The Young Lords occupied a hospital in the Bronx. And in fact, Mickey was critical to that work. The question of imprisonment and the growing character of the state through imprisonment as a warehousing of redundant people, the permanently unemployed as a consequence of deindustrialization. Anti-imperialism, like that's the end of the 60s. And in many ways, these movements are beginning precisely at that place. And clearly, Mickey must have sensed that to have called the demonstration, because
Mickey?
That's where you ended.
I know Mickey's got to go soon. So is she right? What is Johanna hit on to?
No, she's absolutely right. And I asked her to describe it because I knew she would describe it. Connecting the past to the present. And the one thing that concerned me around this march was some of the comments were like people didn't know about the Young Lords, and I think that is that's our responsibility. One of the things looking back, whenever institutionalize our gains, our concessions. So as soon as we weren't around, they were just taken away. I would also add to the list of Johanna said, we're also very concerned with education, because how people are educated in this society, in this country, is really very important. Again, every single institution in this country, it's the fibers are intricately built upon racism and genocide. So that's what you get in education across this country. I mean, one of the things also that, I've been talking about for some time now is that, if people feel that the original sin of the United States is slavery and genocide, well, when Christians have original sin, they deal with it by eliminating original sin through the baptism of water. And I think that in a social, economic, political sense in this country, that what this country needs is a truth and reconciliation movement across this country that deals with education and deals with all the inequities, but more importantly, talks about the history of the development of this country. Because, white people really don't identify with the heroes that we see in the white community. And those were the abolitionists. We need a new anti-abolitionist movement. The ones from Massachusetts, when people used to have gasoline outside their house because they would rather burn their house than turn over Black people that were in the basement that had just arrived from the Underground Railroad. All these stories are out there. They've just been buried and people don't want to talk about them. And I think exactly that hopefully this movement will provide a platform to have some of these changes move forward in our society.
And it's worth saying, and thank you, Mickey and Johanna, so profound, that every month People's Strike has had broadcasts. On our June 1st broadcast, we had Jihad Abdul Mumit of the National Jericho Movement to free all political prisoners. And he spoke about, and we've spoken about political prisoners from the Black Panthers, Jaleel Muntaqim and Mutulu Shakur, who both have also called for a National Truth and Reconciliation Commission, just like what you're talking about.
Thank you.
Before Mickey leaves, I think I want to say a few things quickly, although I'm long-winded. So I've known Mickey for a very long time, and we've collaborated on a number of projects connected to the Young Lords. And I think that part of what it means to be a social justice warrior or a person of conscience or on the left is to build a community with like-minded ethical people. And that's what sustains us and the vision of transforming the world, because we can't do it alone. And I just want to acknowledge and thank Mickey for being persistent in this project of bringing people together and building common cause, but also building family, right? I feel like Mickey is always like grabbing me. Don't forget about the project that we are committed to, and it's a lifetime of struggle. It's not a one-off event. It's a building of organization and structures that will help deliver the baton of change and transformation and the struggle and the lessons of that struggle to a new generation. So, I feel like I've learned that from you, Mickey, and I'm very thankful.
Well, in closing, you know what I say at the end of these things, right? An idea is only as good as it lands in someone else's heart, and they embrace it, and we make it happen together. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for being here.
Thanks to both of you. Wow.
Wow.
And now we're at City College, where there's a huge movement in the 1970s to make it free. Because as soon as people of color became the students of the university, you had to pay for it. Prior to the 1970s, it was free education for the working class of New York. I'm a professor at Baruch. And so I understand that we educate the working class, the immigrants of the city, and increasingly education is not affordable. So there's a struggle ongoing to keep education free and available to the heart and soul of the city.
The protest continued making its way south on Amsterdam Avenue before permits. Protesters took over the streets carrying signs of love boys, they lost to police violence, chanting La vida es negra importa, translated to English means Black Lives Matter. Keeping in mind that many in the Latino community consider themselves Black and part of the African diaspora. Remembering this march taking place during a pandemic crisis, on the front line carrying the sign, racism is a health crisis, were members from the New York State Nurses Association, who's the president of the association and monitor ER nurse, Judy Sheridan Gonzalez, who addressed the impact COVID-19 has had within the people of color communities.
The highest rates of infection in the Bronx, where most of the communities are people of color. The social inequities that exist have harmed the health of our communities, including the murder of young Black men and women, people in immigration, the incarceration of people. It all contributes to our health, and we are committed to the health of our population. We took an oath to protect everybody, regardless of what they look like and where they come from. And that is not happening in healthcare today. So that woke us up, especially during the COVID crisis, for the frontline workers, the caregivers, and the other frontline workers who died were mostly people of color. In the communities of people of color, and this has to stop. We want to stop it. We're excited about this movement for Black lives. All lives will matter when Black lives matter.
Thanks to Raina Valentine of BronxNet for that footage of the historic march. We'll return with our conversation with Johanna Fernandez after a special clip she has provided us, unique for People's Strike, of Mumia Abu-Jamal addressing the Unity March.
The struggle for unity, Frieda. As the world struggles with a global pandemic, in the United States, another struggle ensues. The twin battles against COVID-19 and the fight against white supremacy for African Americans, Afro-Latinos, and other oppressed communities. But this isn't only a time of plague. It's a time of global protest in which the world has signaled its support. State violence through police terrorism has been another pandemic afflicting Black and brown communities for generations. It's time for the children of Africa to unite, Unidad, against these two pandemics that threatens our lives. In the U.S., it is Black and Latino communities that have suffered the lion's share of death from COVID-19, for we are the bus drivers, the EMTs, the hospital orderlies, the taxi drivers, the stock clerks, the delivery men who form the front line in this time of pandemic. Similarly, we live in close proximity in ghettos, barrios, projects, and neighborhoods. But the very idea of social distancing is a joke. We must unite against all pandemics. For in unity is strength, unidad. Let us unite against all threats, against our survival. The time is now, unidad. From Imprisoned Radio, this is Mumia Abu-Jamal.
So, in addition to being a key organizer, we have heard, Johanna, that you're a professor at Baruch College, and I think for many of us, we think of folks like you as professors of the university and professors of the street. In addition to that, you've been working for a long time on the just released incredible new book, The Young Lords of Radical History, which, Mickey Melendez, who, as you said, is a founder of the New York Young Lords, and many of us activists, organizers, and historians are understanding this as the quintessential history of that organization in this period. Can you tell us a little bit? It's a 600-page book. It's important to get, but give a little preview about both the book itself and why this was so important for you to pour your life into that story over all of these years.
That is an epic question that I don't think I can answer briefly. I'm still trying to figure it out, but I spent almost half my life writing the book. It's an untold story. It's a story that really challenges the notion that that Latinos, other people of color, even white Americans, will forever be in mild opposition, if not in complete opposition, to the most demonized group in American society, Black Americans. But it's also a story of colonized people in the United States, Puerto Ricans, taking their communities back and amplifying the quiet colonial project of imperialism, of US imperialism on that island nation, and exploring what it means to be colonized in the belly of the beast. And we got a whiff of that fleetingly during the horrors of produced during the Maria hurricanes, right? What it means to be colonized. And what the relationship between the colonized and the colonizer is. Puerto Ricans migrated to cities like New York after World War II in larger numbers than African Americans, something people don't know. And so Puerto Ricans, like Black Americans, settle in large numbers in cities of the North, and in New York and Philadelphia, they end up living in the same blocks, on the same streets, in the same buildings. They are both experiencing deindustrialization. Today, we think that deindustrialization is a problem that affects white America. But before deindustrialization came to white America, it destroyed and devastated the new migrants to the North, who were disproportionately Black Americans and Puerto Ricans after World War II. That's where deindustrialization begins. And so part of what I discuss in the book is the impact of deindustrialization, automation, and permanent unemployment on communities of color, and the creation of what we know today as the urban crisis. The ways in which that structural violence produced by permanent unemployment affected communities of color, and how those communities were demonized for a structural problem, but also how this radical militant movement that we know as the Black Panther Party and the Young Lords emerge out of those conditions, and in response to those conditions, as part of a broader national and international movement in the 1960s, which highlighted the significance of third world solidarity in an age that brought to us decolonization movements the world over. So it's a history of the Young Lords and the campaigns the Young Lords launched here in New York, but also in Chicago, mostly around, ironically, issues of health. So the Young Lords are responsible, according to the Journal of Public Health and its analyses and assessments in the early 1970s, of anti-lead poisoning legislation in New York. Their activism and militancy led to the first ever anti-lead poisoning legislation in New York, which forced landlords to strip lead paint from the walls of tenement buildings. They're also responsible for the first known draft of the Patient Bill of Rights, which they drafted alongside of medical health technicians, non-medical staff workers, and doctors at Lincoln Hospital, which the Young Lords occupied in July 1970. They are also, like the Black Panthers, responsible for the mainstreaming of the children's breakfast program that we now take for granted because it's been mainstream and accepted as necessary to learning and therefore institutionalized in public schools. So I do that, but I also put the Young Lords in the context of the international movements, revolutionary movements of the period, which we know as the New Left, but also that made common cause with the Cuban Revolution, for example, the Algerian Revolution, and with the leadership of Mao in China. So the book is historical, but it also documents and analyzes the ideas and theories for social change that inspired a generation of revolutionaries. So, for example, 2 million students in the United States in 1969 polled said that they believed in the importance of building a revolutionary party. While the Young Lords and the Black Panthers were part of that generation of young people in America who built a revolutionary party. And what did that revolutionary party look like? How did they build it? And what are the lessons that can be learned? And what was the role of the police and the counterintelligence program of the FBI in the evisceration of these organizations, but also the left in the United States? So the book is about the Young Lords, but it's also about the broader movement of which they were a part. And I'll end by saying that this anti-Black racism that we grow up with was something that the Young Lords organized around. What's fascinating about the Young Lords is that if you look at its leadership, they were Puerto Rican, but a disproportionate number of them were Afro-Puerto Ricans. This is different than the political leadership that New Yorkers were familiar with, which was essentially a predominantly whitish Puerto Rican managerial political class. And so the significance of the Young Lords is that they're among the first groups of radicals to begin to theorize anti-Black racism in Latin America. And the ways in which anti-Black racism in Latin America emerges out of the logic and ideology of racism within Spanish colonial rule. This is hip study right now. The study of racism in Latin America is now in vogue in the academy. But a group of very young, idealistic, sharp revolutionaries, they were no older than 14, 15, 16, 17, and 18. Move this discussion from where it resided, hush whispers within the Latino community about Black people and Blackness, to the public square, and they theorized it. Why is it that there's an obsession in the Latino community with good hair and bad hair? Bad hair referring to kinky, Black woolly hair. And how is anti-Black racism manifested in the language and the culture of Latin America and denied? Because that's what ends up happening in Latin America, that there's a denial of racism. Where did that come from? So this was the incredible work of this group. And they wrote articles about it in their newspaper, Palante, and taught about it in their political education classes. And they brought that struggle into the streets and into Lincoln Hospital. And it's a beautiful thing, but there were material conditions that made this possible. Among them, that East Harlem, which is known as the Puerto Rican barrio, the Puerto Rican neighborhood, was in fact a third African American, a third Puerto Rican, and a third Italian. And so when you have a group like the Young Lords that initiates campaigns around social and economic issues like health and lead poisoning and joblessness and police brutality, Black Americans are drawn to the work. And the Young Lords welcomes African Americans into the organization. So what's fascinating about the Young Lords is that a third of its membership was non-Puerto Rican Black people. So a third of the membership of the Young Lords was composed of Black Americans. In many ways, the Young Lords was ahead of its time because it was one of the most multi-ethnic organizations that was explicitly organized around an anti-Black politics, but also a socialist politics, and a coming together of oppressed people on the basis of shared class interest.
Thank you, Johanna.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, I can't wait to read the book. It sounds encompassing and comprehensive and completely brilliant.
And I know that that's probably more than you're going to have time to put in there.
You know, I think it's all significant. We'll put in what we can, but the key is the things you're saying about the book, but also about the key parts of the book that focus on movement lessons we need now. It's no coincidence or surprise you talk about the Black, Puerto Rican, and white Italian, that one of the most militant white elected officials of the era anywhere in the U.S. was Italian Vito Marcantonio, supporter of Puerto Rican independence and Black liberation. It's no coincidence that years later, the key political legal figure that pulled together so much work around political prisoners was Afro-Puerto Rican Luis Nieves Falcone. It's no coincidence that the political prisoners are political prisoners because they are the symbols of, and in many ways, the architects of the movements that the U.S. wants to obliterate and wants to give fair warning. Don't do this, or you too will be in jail forever and forever. And we'll also say, folks watching the whole People's broadcast, People's Strike broadcast on July 1st, we will be having a key Afro-Brazilian leader talking about the struggles in that country along the same or very similar lines. So in any case, thank you so much. Amazing, amazing work.
Yeah,
Thank
go
you
ahead.
so very much.
Happy to meet you. Yeah.
Absolutely. And thank you for your work.
Thank you for your
For
work.
being long-distance revolutionaries.
Yep.
We end this segment with 3 special commentaries. The first from Black Panther political prisoner Mumia Abu Jamal.
World on fire. Guess what? The world is on fire. I'm not referring to environmental degradation or global warming here. No, although that too is true. I refer to protests, not just all across the United States, but all around the world. Protests from London to Paris, from Berlin to Nairobi, from Toledo, Ohio to Tokyo, Japan. Protests in solidarity with Black Lives Matter against police aggression and racism. Protests stemming from the cruel brutality that led to the slow motion killing of George Floyd in Minneapolis, Minnesota. The solidarity from Sydney, Australia stems in part from long-standing discontent from the dark Aborigines, the indigenous communities of Australia and New South Wales, who, like Black folk in America, have suffered from generations of state repression. For example, the recent killing of David Donga, an Aborigine who, like his brothers and sisters in America, last words, "I can't breathe," as they choked him to death. How have police responded to this challenge? By having temper tantrums and by attacking protesters, men, women, and even a 75-year-old white man who was pushed to the ground as they stepped over his fallen, bleeding body. America is on fire, and the world has caught the blaze. From Imprisoned Nation, this is Mumia Abu Jamal. spoken by Noel Hanrahan of Prison Radio.
This next clip is of the internationally renowned hip-hop artist Immortal Technique, who was at the demonstration along with former political prisoner Sekou Odinga, holding up signs for still imprisoned Black Panther, Sundiata Acoli, and all the others. Free them all. Here exclusively from the march, Immortal Technique.
I'm not considered indigenous, I'm considered a mestizo. Latin America is the birthplace of the racial clear system. So when people came here from Cuba, and I know when they moved to Miami in the 70s and 80s, they said, I'm here in America, free. No, you N-word, you can't come in this store. We don't want people like you. See, the racial clear system was not honored here in America. That's by someone who's light skinned thinks they're caramel. You think you're something else. You should want to be anything but what the fuck you are. We just speak a Latin-based language. That's it. Te quiero con todo mi corazón. Que viva la revolución. Que con todo mi corazón.
Finally, in the tumultuous days leading up to the Unity March, our own Johanna Fernandez had a speech in Upper Manhattan.
Black oppression is the biggest contradiction in American society. It is the biggest contradiction in the notion and idea of American freedom. And when Black people stand up in this country, other people stand up, Latinos stand up, Muslims stand up, white people stand up, Puerto Ricans stand up, Dominicans stand up. As the previous person said, in many ways, Black oppression forces America to come to terms with its sins. And in fact, it grows a heart deep inside of the belly of the beast. I like to tell my students this. In the last 50 years, the United States has seen the largest transfer that has ever happened in history, wealth transfer from the bottom of society to the top, than at any other moment in history. When that kind of wealth transfer has happened, it's happened because of a military coup or a revolution. In the United States, it happened without a peace because the media convinced every one of us that Black people were a menace to society. And the banks and the corporate class ran all the way laughing to the bank. So this is a struggle for the soul of America. It is a struggle to put Black people, the least of these, back in their place in this country. Black people were the people who built the wealth in this country. Let us remember. Was the institution upon which capitalism was built. And let me tell you something about the police. nation. Puerto Ricans, Mexicans, Black Americans, but also poor whites from Appalachia. A coalition, the first Rainbow Coalition, organized on the basic idea that we all share a class interest. And capitalism has used Black life to divide us, but we are the many and they are the few. And what we need right now is a massive movement led by the Black underclass to defeat capitalism and build a new world. Thank you very much. To all my Latinos out here, I'm actually Dominican and I'm Black. Haitian brothers and sisters. And Newsom invited me here today to tell you that we are going to take the streets of Harlem and East Harlem next Sunday at 1 p.m. Look out for it. The streets belong to us. If we don't get it, if we don't get it, if we don't get it, on to a new world.
Frank Rizzo's statue may be gone, but the Fraternal Order of Police maintains a dictatorship over the political establishment of Philadelphia. Decertify the FOP, bring Mumia home, defund the police. Rally in March, July 4th, 2020, 12 noon, at the site of the fallen Rizzo statue. For more information, go to mobilization, the number 4, Mumia.com. Join us, July 4th, 12 noon, at the site of the fallen Rizzo statue. See you there.
Wow, what an amazing collection of stories and interviews. Wendy Marshall, Matt Mayer, thank you so much for producing that extraordinary collection. Really, really powerful. So thanks. We will shortly be going across to open a discussion around the international dimensions. But before doing so, we have a short video, which is a video, it's a brief one, brought to us from our friends at Out FM WBAI Pacifica. Trans activist Sofia Sepulveda of the Texas Organizing Project provides an overview of connections facing us at this moment of crisis and resistance. So we will go over there right away, and hopefully the video will work as we've hoped it will. So yes, here we are. Okay.
Now I would like to introduce our next speaker, Sofia Sepulveda. Sofia is a first-generation Mexican-American trans-Latina healthcare organizer for the Texas Organizing Project. She is the co-lead organizer for the Medicare for All March in San Antonio and the Million Women's March in Washington. She also co-founded Trans Power San Antonio. Sophia, can you share your perspective as a trans Latina woman about the intersection of your movement for healthcare and the Black Lives Matter rebellion happening now in the streets?
Yes, first, thank you, Devin, so much for inviting me to this amazing panel. As a Latina, I'm very hopeful about the direction that we are going right now and how amazing it is that we have this massive awakening led mostly by young people of color who are tired of seeing police violence on Black lives. It is important to add that Black Lives Matter all the time, not just during police violence. I believe there is an intersection in the fight for healthcare liberation and the Black Lives Matter movement. We know that Black and Brown folks have the highest risks of diabetes, cancer, and heart diseases. We also know that Black and brown folks have the least access to healthcare than any other group in this country. We have a high rate of maternal mortality rate, higher than any other developed country, and most of these women who have died are women of color. Also, the idea of continuing to tie healthcare with employment is deranged. We have seen almost 44 million people applying for unemployment, which inherently means that they will not have access to healthcare services. With COVID-19, we have seen Black and brown communities experiencing the brunt of the pandemic. We have also seen a number of deaths in said populations, with Native Americans and Black folks experiencing the highest death per capita, followed by the Latino community. We also know many folks, in particular people of color, who are unable to afford healthcare and sometimes wait far too long before they can see a doctor, making their maladies worse. As a trans woman, I can also say that our Black trans sisters and brothers have been assaulted, killed, but we are not talking enough about this. Last year, the majority of trans women killed were Black. Today, after the George Floyd assassination, a trans man, Tony McDade, was murdered by the Tallahassee police in his house for no reason at all. His name was pretty much not mentioned in those marches, right? 2 weeks later, Dominique Sales and Rhea Milton, two Black trans women, were murdered. Only one city marched to the 919. Know that you were part of that. So thank you very much, Devon, for doing that. And denounce these killings and to speak their names. As I watched this documentary called From Selma to Stonewall, which I definitely recommend, Darnell Moore, a writer and queer activist, said something that rang very true. All Black lives matter, not just this Black lives, but queer lives and trans lives as well. Camilla Factory, a local Black Lives Matter organizer, screamed that out 2 Saturdays ago during a Queer for Black Lives Matter rally. And I say that we are fighting for true liberation. We must mean liberation for all, and liberation of all that keeps us oppressed, including access to healthcare. When we speak about abolition, we should have in mind that it's not only abolishing ICE, prisons, or abolishing the police. We must also say abolish private insurance, because it is the cause of heartaches for many people suffering from chronic conditions because they cannot afford to go see a doctor or get medication. And we should know that living or dying should not be determined by the size of your wallet, the color of your skin, or the country where you came from. And by no means I'm saying that single payer is the answer to end the way in which the healthcare system is run today. We have a lot of work to do after. The medical system in the United States is rooted in racism. Racism is very much still taught in medical schools. In 2013, the American Medical Association conducted a study where it shows racism was very prevalent, still in the ways that we treat our patients, particularly people of color. Doctors still believe that Black and brown folks have a higher tolerance to pain than white folks. I can provide you the study to the chat, on the chat so you can actually see it. And also in 2016, there was a survey of 222 white medical students and residents published in the Proceedings of the National Academy of Science. And it showed that half of them endorsed at least one myth about physiological differences between Black people and white people, including that Black people have nerve endings are less sensitive than white people. When asked to imagine how much pain white or Black patients experience in hypothetical situations, the medical students and residents insisted that Black people feel less pain. This has to change. This has to change. As a trans woman, I can also say that trans lives are in peril, in particular the lives of Black and brown trans folks. Because our communities tend to be more religious, we see a high number of displaced LGBTQ folks. Addiction is also rampant in our communities, as well as HIV cases and STDs. Many times we are unable to access or afford the treatment we need, whether it's hormone replacement therapy or HIV STD medication. We know from studies that not having access to hormone replacement therapy is a cause of high cases of depression and suicide in our community because of homophobia, transphobia, They miss education in the healthcare system. Many times we don't go back to our doctors because we are constantly misgendered or dead named. So we miss treatments that could be life-saving, such as HIV medication and treatment. So we must ask this. Gay liberation started with Marsha P. Johnson, a Black trans woman, and Sylvia Rivera, a Latina trans woman. So we must remember that when we are making demands regarding Black Lives Matter, defunding and abolishing the police, and protect our people, we must never forget that single-payer healthcare and an overhaul of the medical textbooks, including updating the medical text on Black lives, Latino lives, and queer lives, and trans lives, should be part of those demands.
Thank you so much, Sophia. We really want to thank you for not only your talk, but your work in San Antonio, which is really very inspirational for all of us.
Thank you, Sophia. I think those were important messages. We're now going to move over to a discussion around Black liberation uprisings and international solidarity and struggle. Will be hosted by Frieda Afary and I hope also Matt, but I think he's disappeared. Oh no, he is there. That's great. Okay, so let me start by letting Matt and Frieda in. One of the things you'll have to be patient about is that with StreamYard, we can have a maximum of 6 people present on the discussion at any one time. So you're just going to have to be patient as we bring some of you in into the discussions. So let me bring Frieda. Welcome, Frieda. Nice to see you again.
Nice
and Matt, welcome to the show. And I'm under your command. Take it away.
Well, Firoze, the first thing we'll say is thank you for an extraordinary day, as usual, amazing. And also, even though Frieda and I will say a few brief words to intro these next 2 hours on Black uprisings and international solidarity and struggle, is you can let in our first 2 guests, Lamis Deek and Khaled Barakat, who are hopefully in the waiting room and who will be up with us in a couple of moments. So welcome. People's Strike broadcast July 1st, 2020. This is Matt Meyer of the International Peace Research Association and lots of different local and US groups, but mainly now working with People's Strike, which is a coalition of rather extraordinary excitement. It's a coalition that not only is working to bring groups together within the US, but looking to see how we can fit in to what is a new international consciousness and a new internationalism for everyone. I'll let Frieda say a little more about that, but the reason why we're having these particular guests as our first guests today is that we are noting, as we've noted earlier in the broadcast, that July 1st is not only the first of the month, People's Strike every month broadcast and action day, but also this particular day, July 1st, is a day of rage, where Palestinian civil society and various organizations you'll hear about have called for particular solidarity. And we know that internationalism is a two-way street. So we give profound solidarity to the peoples of Palestine all through this day and all through our lives. However, first, Frieda, please introduce yourself. Once again, great to be back with you 1 month later.
Thank you, Matt, and same here, and thanks to Firoze and our guests. I am a member of the Alliance of Middle Eastern and North African Socialists and the producer of Iranian Progressives in Translation. Just a few words about the International Committee of the People's Strike Coalition. As others have mentioned, the People's Strike Coalition is a united front of various anti-capitalist, anti-racist organizations. We've come together in unity, but not uniformity, around promoting labor, anti-racist, gender struggles in the age of COVID-19. The International Committee is committed to showing the connections between capitalism and imperialism, promoting not only anti-imperialism, but fostering internationalism, global working class solidarity. We create forums for collective analysis and reflection and collaborative actions in the struggle for liberation through a global lens. And as Firoze mentioned earlier, today's session will focus on the international impact of the United States Black Lives Matter uprising.
So I'm going to introduce both of our guests, our first two guests right now, so that then once they start talking, there can be more of a fluid conversation. But I'm really excited about these guests. One of them I'm excited about because of his reputation. We've never met before, even virtually, but I certainly have heard of this person many times. The second of whom is a dear old friend, so busy, much like me, that we only seem to see each other once a year, once every couple of years, occasionally virtually, sometimes in person, but amazing to have them here. I think I have some bios for you, but somehow what I'm looking at in front of me, I know is an old version bio of yours, Khaled. So I'm just going to say a few things because I don't have the new version you gave me exactly, and then I'd like you to say some of your own words. Khaled Barakat is a world-renowned author and organizer who has been published and written in many journals throughout the Middle East and throughout the world. He's done tremendous work around Palestinian prisoners and prisoner solidarity work, and he's one of the people who's done some of the initial calls for this International Day of Rage. Lamis Deek is an internationally renowned Palestinian human rights attorney and advocate, litigating Palestinian, Arab, and Muslim civil and criminal cases ranging from free speech and free worship issues to defense against state repression, predatory policing, and trumped-up terrorism charges. Lamis co-led the Vida Palestina Medicine Convoy to Gaza. She's an outspoken lecturer and an overall inspiration to me every time I see or hear her. Khaled, Lamis, welcome.
Thank you, Matt.
Maybe Khaled, start us off by telling us a little bit about this day and what the calls for this day have meant for the Palestinian people and globally.
Yes, thanks for inviting me, and thanks to the comrades in the People's Strike Coalition. Today call for a day of rage. It is to voice our, the people of Palestine, outside Palestine and inside Palestine. They are confronting an Israeli colonization on a daily basis, but in the today was supposed to be a declaration by the Israeli government on the annexation of the valley, a land in the West Bank that constitute almost 22%, 23% of the land of the West Bank. And so today we saw mobilizations on tens of thousands of people in Gaza. Also, there were demonstrations in the West Bank and around the globe. And the reason we called for this day is also to expose these Israeli colonization projects that is continuing since the establishment of the State of Israel until today. This only proves the nature of the Israeli occupation and apartheid, and the nature of the alliance between the United States and Israel, because this is not just an Israeli plan, this is a US plan as well. And it is met with just weak positions from international community, particularly on an official level. The United Nations, Europe, and the so-called international community is watching in silence. Israel should be accountable of its crimes that it's committing against the Palestinian people, and we see a total failure on the international official level. This is not new for our people. The Palestinian people have been engaged in this struggle for over 100 years, and we will continue to be engaged in the struggle until total liberation of our land and the return of Palestinian refugees. So we see this Israeli plan as part of what Israel is all about.
Thank you, Khaled. I think we lost Matt. Maybe he's having a technical problem. So I was wondering if Lamis would also like to respond to that question.
I'm sorry, I didn't know if you could remind me the question, or.
Would you like to talk about the issue of Israel's plan to annex 22% of the West Bank and the struggle against it? And then we'll move on to talk about the impact of the Black Lives Matter uprising in the US on the Palestinian struggle for self-determination.
I mean, I don't think that there's anything that I could add to what Khaled said, other than this is, the genesis of this. It came in in the early 1900s, and climaxed in 1948. So none of this is new. We're just able to see it more visibly. It's more unabashedly admitted by the Israeli government, both their intention to commit the crime of ethnic cleansing, and arguably even now looking at a pattern, right, of admissions, genocide of Palestinians, right? We've just kind of been imprisoned from using that term for so long, through this kind of monopoly, not kind of, but veritable monopoly that's been implemented and waged against Palestinians globally by the media, by PACs, by government, and by all of these people. But what we're seeing is an admission of genocide on the basis of racial religious identity, right? And now Israel has always admitted this, but it became law just a few months ago in November in the nation state laws. So I think the takeaway largely is this isn't new. This is what Palestinians have been screaming about for almost 100 years, even before the establishment of the entity known as the Israeli state. What is new and what is different is the bravado with which they're coming out as a bastion of racist, supremacist policies for the goal, and apartheid for the ultimate goal of ethnic cleansing and genocide. And I think that this positions us as Palestinians, and really as allies, I would say, equally important to be able to assess and calculate and strategize in a way that's much stronger and much clearer, and to make what are now very clear decisions and distinctions.
Thank you.
Lamis, you have this, really extraordinary, almost binational reality, because you've lived so long in the U.S. and you've worked, both here and in your home. And I guess I'd love to hear some of your thoughts, because we know that the struggles against racism and settler colonialism are not unique to Palestine, and that you've done some profound thinking and talking and work about making the connections. Please share some of your thoughts about this particular piece of it today.
We can't hear you.
I think you're muted.
Okay, good.
Okay. I'm sorry, it was giving me a hard time. I've had to restart a few times. So I just wanted to start by saying I'm also a member of Al-Awda, the Palestine Right to Return Coalition, amongst a number of other Palestinian groups. Al-Awda being one of the oldest Palestinian groups existing outside of Palestine. And Khaled, it's so good to see you. Khaled is a mentor, and probably not much older than me, but an elder and a stalwart of the Palestinian movement. And it's great and an honor. And I have chills seeing you, to be honest with you, knowing that you've survived and defeated so much repression and targeting. I myself, along with Al-Auda, were heavily targeted. Both Khalid and I are survivors, you know, with life and liberty intact, of some of the world's most moneyed, most powerful government and non-governmental forces for a long time. And it's on this point that I start to say that our mere survival and existence, though it seems rhetoric and even romantic, really isn't, when we say that our mere survival and existence is a victory. And I think that holds particularly true for Khalid and many Palestinians who've come, millions, right, who've come before us and with us now. And the same holds true for the Black community in the US. And we're seeing this time and again, that survival, that existence as Black communities, as Palestinians, is an active, active form of resistance. It's not a passive resistance, and it's a victory. And I'd like to say to that, we've had, I've been involved in Black liberation work for probably about 20 years, if not more. And I've been remiss in all of these years and only just now realized that we should, and I will begin, however brief, and feel free to cut me off, Matt, because you know how verbose I can be, by taking a moment to honor the martyrs of the Black anti-racist struggle, the Black martyrs across the country, just as we take a moment to honor all of the Palestinian martyrs of Zionist violence, and to acknowledge that we stand on a society and on a land, and we enjoy the privileges that were from stolen and abused Black labor. And it is incumbent upon us, especially as Palestinians and as allies, to constantly make this at the forefront of all of our activities and our consciousness. There is no shortage, I think, of easily accessible information about the history of Black and Palestinian solidarity, and Khalid can probably talk much better and much longer about it than I can. What I'd like to kind of just touch upon and was asked to do was just discuss the connections between the Black liberation struggle and the Palestinian liberation struggle. And we start by saying, first and foremost, that despite these connections, we stand as separate and distinct struggles, right? And yet, and in very different territories, and yet we also share an increasingly inseparable destiny, strategy, and we are subject to an increasingly inseparable cachet of consolidated forces and mechanisms of racial and racialized subjugation, oppression, and outright violence. And though the genesis is indeed separate, right? The US and Israel had different initiations. Both of these entities were formed and thrived and continue to thrive on the backs and oppression and labor and subjugation of both communities. From the media, in New York, for example, the relationship between the forces of oppression are so intimately related that beginning in 2002, there was a secret NYPD, which has an office in Al-Quds, in occupied Palestine, colonized Palestine, with the CIA and the Israeli government, established in New York and New Jersey a secret and illegal intelligence unit that was primarily targeting Palestinians and also simultaneously targeting, and when I say targeting, it was some of the most militarized, predatory policing and surveillance and almost a raid on those communities that we've seen, not since 9/11, but really probably since the days of COINTELPRO and CIA operations against Black communities. And then this was also being coordinated in terms of who to target and who to prosecute. And many of us were the main targets of this, along with our allies, the Black community, who were either in fact in solidarity with us or just simply perceived to be in solidarity with us. We see the same ideological, linguistic, and media foundations that foment and mobilize and lay the foundation for social, legal, jury policies and police policies of violence and racism throughout the United States. There is no distinction that can be made between the concept, this gross concept of manifest destiny and Zionism. There's no distinction to be made between the concept of white supremacy and Klansmen and everything that underpins the Jim Crow South and Zionism, even as it declares itself today. And how this media and propaganda shapes the laws and the policies. You know, the one distinction I would say, because we have to be conscious of the differences in our conditions, is the difference is that in the US, both legislation and the way that policy is implemented itself, and policy, I mean educational, legal, housing, water, all of these things, this is done much more smartly and covertly in the United States, whereas in Palestine, it's a very open and normalized, because it's been accepted on the world stage, racism and supremacy. And those are the kind of, you know, and it's the same forces, right? It's the same companies, which means, right? And we have to take each of these things for its parts to be able to understand strategy. When we say the same corporations are building the prisons, the same corporations are exacting and benefiting and mobilizing movements and policies for mass incarceration, both in Palestine and in the US, we're talking about the same individuals, the same CFOs and the same CEOs and COOs who are coordinating with the same people in legislature who would be willing, because those willing to support racism in Palestine and anti-Black racism in the US are always one and the same person. So we're talking about a very tight, identifiable network. It's not a conspiracy theory. It's mappable. It's the same people, right, that are engaging and benefiting from this.
Indeed. It's the same training manuals for militarized policing. It's the same manufacturers of the same canisters of tear gas that are used to disperse mobilized crowds here and there. Lamis, you know, I could listen to you not just for the whole 2 hours of the international segment, but for the whole 8 hours. But we have a long segment to go, and we need to move on to some other struggles. I'm going to ask maybe Khaled to close us up with some very short and clear thoughts of what people can and must do now.
I think that, first of all, I want to say that I agree with everything that Lamis have said, and this position represent the Palestinian revolutionary left position. And when we see what happened today, for example, today, July 1st, Canada celebrate its Independence Day. But for the indigenous and native community here in Canada, for example, this is equivalent to a Nakba for Palestinians on May 15th, when Israel celebrates its independence. So it's really important for Palestinians to draw not just the links between the struggle of our people and the people in Canada and in the United States, but also to confront the challenges in which our movements is facing today. Because we do have internal challenges and we must face it and we must overcome it. What I want to say is that it is really today is we're witnessing the death of the so-called two-state solution. Anyone who advocates for the two-state solutions, either they don't know anything about the nature of Israel and the nature of our struggle, or they are supporting the camp that wants to liquidate the Palestinian rights and the Palestinian cause. It is really shameful for anyone to adopt such solution, the two-state solution. What Palestinians today are calling for is the liberation of Palestine and the liberation of the Palestinian people and the return of Palestinian refugees. That is really what can lead us to a Palestine where everyone can enjoy equality and where we can build a secular democratic society on the entire land of Palestine, a dream and an aspiration and a right for Palestinians that have been fighting for many, many decades. And we're not ready to give up this goal or this dream because we are facing difficulties and siege. You can see that our people in Gaza, for example, for the past 12 years have been living under siege. And just yesterday, the Palestinian resistance have achieved a very important step in accumulating its strength in Gaza when they tested, long-range missiles. Today, Palestinian resistance is very strong in Gaza, and our people, led by the Palestinian women and youth, are giving all of us, a hope and a vision for a democratic and liberated Palestine. We must confront U.S. policies. We must defeat this capitalist system, and we should not shy away from saying that the alternative is socialism and democracy. The capitalist system is failing, and the entire humanity is watching this, and not because we're going through difficulties, also we give up our hope and our goal for socialism. Socialism is the solution, and without saying this blatantly and without trying, then we are just, beating around the bush and not saying the right thing that need to be said right at this stage of our struggle.
That means 1 minute.
Leah?
Okay, so Matt, I only got through about a third of what I wanted to say, but in terms of solid demands of allies, I think what's requested, and I think the only way to be in real solidarity with both the Black and the Palestinian community is to make sure that allies are always asking for the ceiling of our demands. It is nobody's place to offer any concessions of our struggle to anybody. For Palestinians, that means things that are very similar to Black demands, right? Black ceiling, which is full reparations for Palestinians, full right to return for every single Palestinian individually and collectively. Now, more than ever, it is very clear. It's been 72 years that the UN has been talking about Palestinians, but at the same time, internationally, Palestinians have been criminalized and prevented from protecting themselves. We need allies to escalate the demand that Palestinians be empowered and protected and given all means to protect and defend themselves against a self-declared Zionist Israeli genocide.
Love you, Lamis, Khaled. Frieda, close us up, make your comments, and also segue to Amira Coles, who's ready to come on whenever you introduce her. Again, Khaled, Lamis, for me, I'm signing off. Frieda's got it, but love, solidarity, and power to you.
Just 2 quick points. The Washington.
Thank you.
Thank you both. The Washington Post had an article yesterday about how the Israeli government itself has done tremendous damage to its own proposal for a two-state solution, and the two-state solution, even the way they were proposing it, is completely not viable. So even those who supported the idea of the two-state solution are now saying that it's just never going to happen with this kind of attitude. And secondly, I wanted to say that in light of solidarity with the Black Lives Matter struggle, we also need more solidarity within the region, within our own struggles. And unfortunately, so many authoritarian regimes in the Middle East region have used the Palestinian struggle for their own nefarious aims, without really caring about the Palestinians. Iranian regime has done that. The Syrian regime of Bashar al-Assad has done that. But they don't really care about the Palestinian struggle for self-determination either. And I think now it's becoming clearer and clearer with the intensification of the contradictions in the Middle East. And some Arab regimes even are openly siding with Israel's repression of the Palestinians instead of covertly doing so. Thank you.
Matt.
Frieda, go ahead. Amira is with us.
Thank you, Amira. And give me a moment to go to your bio. Okay. Amira Coles is a veteran British organizer for Black liberation based in Bristol and central to many struggles, including support of the local Malcolm X Center, the Black-led St. Paul's Carnival, and related community empowerment work. So Amira, thank you so much for joining us. And Britain has been definitely in the news in relationship to the Black Lives Matter uprising, and has its own magnificent expressions of Black Lives Matter protests, including the bringing down of the statues of slave owners and representatives of colonialism and slavery. Could you
hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Could you please talk about that struggle in Britain and the bringing down of the statues and the work that you've been doing in solidarity with the Black Lives Matter uprising in the US? Your microphone is muted.
Come on.
You have, that's, oops, that's it. Okay, that's
Can you
good.
hear me?
That's good.
Now you're okay. Amira, I'm sorry, I don't
Can
know
you hear
if
me?
you heard the question.
I can't hear you. Yeah.
Oh, you can't hear us.
Can
Do you want me to repeat the question?
She's.
Did we lose Amira?
We've lost Amira. She might join back.
I'm sorry.
I think we've lost her. I'll keep an eye and see whether she joins. Do you want to take on another guest?
Sure.
Who would you like to have next?
The next person is supposed to be Jai Sen, and Matt is planning to interview Jai Sen and Komal Mohite.
Looks like Amira is back.
Oh, wonderful.
Okay.
Hi, Amira. Would you like
Hi,
to
that's
repeat
better.
the
Sorry,
question?
I couldn't hear you.
Okay, then let me repeat the question. Can you hear me now?
Yes, please.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
wonderful. So the question was, after I read your bio, the question was, and thank you for joining us, can you tell us more about the protests in Britain in solidarity with the US Black Lives Matter uprising and the bringing down of the statues of the representatives of slavery and colonialism, and the history of Black Lives Matter in Britain itself?
I'm having so much trouble hearing you. I can't hear what you're saying.
Can you tell us about the Black Lives Matter uprisings impact in Britain and the bringing down of the statues and the work that you've been doing?
Amira, do you have earphones? That might help.
Mm-hmm.
I've sent you the question. Oh dear. I've sent you the questions in the text.
If I send it to your phone. Yeah, the link.
Amira?
Sorry about this technology. Okay.
Can you hear us now? No, it looks like not. I also sent it to her via WhatsApp, which is one of her favorite ways of getting communication, but it does not look to be working. Let's see if we can hook back up with her, and if you can bring in now our two comrades from India, Jai Sen and Kamal Mohiti.
Hello.
And hopefully we can loop back into Amira later. So let me just welcome two more friends and very close comrades. If you were watching really carefully on June 1st, you'll recognize that Joycen was with us before. He's the moderator of the World Social Movement Discussion Group, and he's the editor of the monumental 2-volume series, The Movements of Movements by PM Press, focusing on what makes us move and on rethinking our dance in these very fast changing times. We're also very excited to have with us Kamal Mohiti, a Delhi-based student and member of the Women Against Sexual Violence and State Repression, the WSS group in India, but presently based in Canada, a researcher on labor history, Marxist theory, and African history, dovetailing with her work for empowerment of the Dalit people, her own people, and all oppressed people in India and in the region. Kamal and Jai, welcome.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Jai, you want to start?
Do you want to phrase any particular questions, Matt, or should we just?
Well, I guess the thing I think for us is this. This is really a day when we're looking at the international struggle, but also the international struggle in relationship to the uprisings happening in the U.S., especially characterized as Black Lives Matter, but also really freedom uprisings for all African and Black, Brown, and Indigenous peoples. And I guess especially Joy, as an internationalist working with World Social Movement and other forces, you've seen both fellow Indians do tremendous work in support of this movement coming out of the US, but also some people taking their own takes on it, like taking the black out and saying all lives matter. So I think it would be wonderful for you to give some reflections, both as an Indian activist, but also as an internationalist, about the scope of these connections.
Well, thanks, Matt. Kamal, is it okay if I go first?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
First, I just want to say I really want to thank you for inviting me in again, Matt and Frieda. The People's Strike movement, I think, is inspiring. I'm presently based in Canada, got locked down here. But it's inspiring for people here, as you know, and through the various kind of networks I'm on, I know is also has lit fires in many parts of the world, which, as Roman had said, this is happening. The world is afire now, it's not just the United States, around these issues. And I think that's extremely important. And I'm also want to congratulate you on the program you set up today. I've been awed by what I've heard. It's stronger yet than last time. The issues that you've raised, Matt, and the questions you've raised, I have some kind of understanding what's happening in India, and I think Kamal will be able to expand on that, so I'll yield background to her. But I think that there are certain sort of structural issues which are coming into play in movements in India, which I think this is in fact revealing. There's been some debate, for instance. You mentioned this one question. There was an article by a very prominent person
prominent, meaning now as a spokesperson for movements and for looking for alternatives, Ashish Kothari, where he has written an article called Lives Matter. Can black movement, queer movement, women's movement, workers' movement, etc. be brought together? Can there be a convergence? I have my own problems with that, but I think that the issue is why this arises, and also there's been some debate about how South Asians in North America have taken positions in solidarity with the Black Lives Matter movement, but yet don't take similar positions with regard to, say, the Dalit struggle in India, or to several struggles in India, which are structurally identical. The Dalits have been inspired by the black movement in the United States for decades. There's formation of Dalit Panthers, there's a whole series of things, but there's also alliances across. And I think that it's a reflection of structural issues in the Indian and South Asian context, and to the point where both the left, and especially the parties themselves, and then generally what's called civil society in India, tends to keep away from talking about caste or anti-casteism. And for instance, it's noticeable that in the listing of movements which might come together, and in Ashish Kothari's article, anti-caste movement is not mentioned, though it is probably the one that should first be mentioned in this case. I think this is the underlying structural issues. I'll just mention it quickly. I think India is caste-ridden, and I think many parts of people across the world know this. We can't get into a detailed exposition of what caste is, but it's essentially descent-based, sort of a very rigid system within the Hindu world of an attempt to categorize people by occupation. And it comes from thousands of years, and it's been sanctified by a whole series of texts then. But this has been challenged, particularly by Dalits and by their supporters for more than a century now, and in many areas very, very successfully. But the left and civil society continue to have trouble with dealing with this, and are significantly silent. One of the issues is simply that both the left and civil society come from the same social, political, social, cultural, caste and class segment of society, and which in my writings I've argued that this segment, it has called itself civil society. The word civil is important because it's signaling that it's got to do with civilization, and it is the kind of, if you like, the bourgeoisie within societies, and this isn't only true in India but across the world. But anyway, the short of the long is that this means that these sections have a lot of trouble talking about structural discrimination which they themselves practice, or we, should I say, since I come from that segment. And so you're getting this struggle, and the Dalits, I think, in India face, and Komal can speak to this much more vibrantly than I can, where this struggle, this question is not yet opened up. Some parties, like the Communist Party of India, now has, as its, I think, the General Secretary, a person who is Dalit by background, but it's very rare that Dalits rise to that kind of situation. This is one Communist Party, it's not and one of the smaller ones, not the bigger ones. But by and large, you don't see Dalit leadership in other than Dalit movements. And this is a critical issue in Indian movement. So I think that, it's a long struggle, but I think that the rise of the Black Power movement and the Black Lives Matter movement today, that is lighting the fires across the world, is going to play one more. I think the sparks have already reached India. There is debate going on. I do know that there are people watching this program today because they are inspired by what's happening. And I think this will open up questions, and I leave it now to Komal, if you would expand, because you
Komal, we don't want to have you give us an entire history lesson, but indeed, as I think you know, here in the U.S., we barely even know what caste means. We're also having trouble just beginning to figure out what class means, although there's been some great conversation of it today. And of course, As a Dalit leader and organizer, the intersections between caste and class and race, I think, are very clear to you. So yes, please talk to us about your own work and about the connections.
Yeah, thank you so much, Matt, and the People's Strike Collective for giving me the opportunity to share my thoughts on these issues. And thank you so much, Jay, for that excellent preface. I think that sort of cut short a lot of things that I wanted to, and that was like an excellent summary. Now, just to give a very brief introduction, I come from Dalit community in India, and Dalit community is what is considered the lower caste community, right? Like within the caste hierarchy, we are at like actually literally at the bottom. And when I look at the BLM movement, like just like my people were inspired by the Black Power movement in South Africa and the civil rights movement in US and the anti-war movement, similarly for Dalits of my generation, BLM is a movement that we sort of look for as some sort of as a representation of our own struggles against the caste system, except that, like as Matt pointed out, there is not much consciousness around caste, though I believe that that's changing quite dramatically, especially in US, where you have a vibrant section of young Dalits, in they formed collectives like the Ambedkar King Study Circle, like two of the major thinkers of Dalit movement and the Black movement in US. And I think we are seeing some very interesting developments, and we're going to see some conversations which have so far been sort of brushed under the carpet. But like I've been in Canada for the past 1 year, and I've attended like this massive protest, this march that happened for climate strike in Montreal last year, and the BLM movement. And like even from a distance, like when I was based in India, like I used to be flummoxed, like I used to be gobsmacked when I would see this placard of South Asians for Black Lives Matter. And to me, like that was so paradoxical. And like as Jay pointed out, like a majority of South Asians who are based in North America are upper castes, right? And they are beneficiaries of the century-long caste oppression that is still prevalent in India. And again, like I would like to sort of make a caveat here, that here when I'm talking about South Asians, I'm not talking about the working classes. I'm not talking about the working classes, the Indian working classes who are employed in gas stations or in McDonald's or Tim Hortons. I'm talking about the most vociferous, the most loudest voices on BLM, writing articles after articles in the Atlantic and the New York Times and Washington Post, and like the shrillest noises in academia, in activism, who are calling for diversity and so forth. And in my experience, as a Dalit, when I see calls for these diversities, in my head, it means like, okay, you're going to have more concentration of upper caste there. Now, these upper castes didn't make space for us in India. They're definitely not going to make spaces for Black people, right? Like the experience of racism, that the everyday racism that Black people face, that's not that's not the experience of the upper caste Indian community abroad, right? Like, I mean, they are not randomly arrested, they are not stopped and frisked, they are not viewed with suspicion for just existing. What the black experience actually has its parallels in the Dalit experience in India, right? Like, given the high incidence of caste-based violence, and given the lynching that's actually quite similar to the kind of racial lynchings that you see across the white world. And like what I get surprised about is that, given the complicity of the upper caste in maintaining these systems of oppression, right, there is this sort of easy appropriation of the BLM, And I think that's what we need to kind of think twice about, right? Like that's something that we need to thoroughly reflect. Like we need to sort of problematize, like what does this people of color category means, right? Who are these people of color, right? Like we need to re-examine them, and especially when they involve upper caste Indians, right? Like we have our own movements, Dalit Lives Matter, and like also like since we are having this conversation in the context of the COVID-19 pandemic, like we saw these heartbreaking visuals of migrant laborers, right? Who were walking across the streets, like when we were all social distancing and holed up in our apartments, there were people who were walking back because they had no job overnight because of this idiocy of the fascist government that we have there. People were just left out on their own, and they had to take long, arduous journeys to go back to their villages, where again they will have to suffer through caste ignominities. And there is absolutely like pin drop silence about that, right? And like that is something that I cannot, that appears so paradoxical to me, that how this section, which is so vociferous in this movement, which in which they are themselves implicated so much in, right? Like upper caste consciousness is actually quite normalized. Casteism is normalized and institutionalized in the same way racism is, right? Whiteness, it's actually as normalized as whiteness. It's that pervasive, right? The upper caste consciousness. And yet there is like absolutely no reflection on that. There's just this general sort of apathy and lack of self-awareness about your own complicity in these questions. And this also finds its place, like I've been organizing in socialist spaces, and I've also seen this sort of general discomfort in talking about caste, right? And secondly, what happens is that very often Dalits are not able to, because of their own deprivation, to express their experiences or to talk about them in a register that is audible to the upper caste. And that's why their experiences are marginalized and dismissed as inarticulate, or just like not able to make sense of it, right? And yeah, so I mean I don't want to erase the experience of racism. I think that's real, but I think when it comes to upper caste, I guess we need to sort of re-examine like what racism means and how they are implicated in maintaining that, right? Like I mean, how often do you see upper caste marrying black people, like that Indian people sort of intermarrying with black people? That doesn't happen. And I make this point because caste endogamy is real. Intercaste marriages are policed, interactions are policed and prohibited, and they are met with absolute violence in India. And I think this is the scale that I think is not sort of the scale of the violence that Dalits face in India. I think it's not something that's widely known or popularly understood across upper caste and across the world. And why? Because the voices who are talking about India or the Indian context are precisely the upper caste. It's not their experience. They absolutely don't care what happens to the Dalits, right? And there is so that. But then I want to make another point about statues, like since that's also kind of coming out, like as Dalits, like we have our own sort of sort of our own experience with it. Like there are many Dalit leaders, right, who have built statues of Dalit leaders, right? Like one example would be Mayawati, and she has been criticized heavily for that. And like my point is that this is definitely a moment of great cultural transformation. But if it is not followed by structural changes, it's going to be meaningless. Like the example that I gave about statues in India, right? Dalit leaders erecting statues of Dalit figures and Dalit activists. Like this kind of commemoration is powerful and it's important. But then has it fundamentally changed the conditions of Dalits in India? The answer is no. And I think in this moment, what we need to sort of emphasize upon is not just on this cultural transformation that's happening. It's important, but we need to also sort of follow it up with structural changes. We need more representations of marginalized and oppressed communities like the Blacks and Dalits within progressive movements, within spaces. We need them to be in the leadership positions. And another thing, like based on my own experiences in organized spaces, I guess what I want to say is that when we engage with the experiences of oppressed people, I think we need to sort of look at them without any sort of guilt and without any sort of attempts to sort of reduce them to a monolith, right? We need to have a real engagement. We need to have engagement with people from oppressed communities as people, as real human beings, and not reduce them to one thing or the other. So I think that's the long and short of what I wanted to say. I hope I was clear enough. But yeah, there is so much to discuss, right? Like I think, like Matt pointed out the other day, like we can go on talking about this for hours, and centuries long epistemic violence will not be rectified within this sort of restricted spaces. So so I hope you guys have more such initiatives and you invite more people from my community to speak and sort of articulate our own experiences, right? Within academia, within activist spaces, like capitalism is a real problem, but then if we have to like sort of forge struggles like this sort of global internationalist struggles, we cannot miss sight of these particularities, this sort of particular experiences that come from this sort of marginal social location. So yeah, so I think we need to kind of center them in a much bigger way than what we have been doing so far. It's clearly not enough. Yeah, thank you so much.
Wow,
Matt?
Kamal, extraordinary. I'm going to let Jay say some words, of course, but I just want to say this. Yes, it was extraordinary, beautiful, and profound. Yes, you did it in an incredibly short amount of time. And yes, these spaces are not great containers for the work we need to do. But I want to tell you this and remind people who were with us before and inform people who weren't. Last month, in June 1st, we happened to have twice as many international guests in half the amount of time. And we said we were just going to do this as like little snapshots into different struggles, but we promised we weren't going to do that again. So we picked half the number of struggles and gave twice the amount of time so we could have some of the kind of information that you've incredibly provided for us today. I think today we have to promise something else, and this is not just about August or future broadcasts. We know that our work can't be dealt with in these small containers and little snapshots. They have to be worked out. They have to be dealt with through person to person and organization to organization, people to people solidarity. So in addition to the fact that, Kamal, you are welcome back with us at any time, and also part of People Strike International Committee all the time, we have to deepen these kind of connections, not just online and live broadcast, but in our work and amongst our organizations and our people. So we're not saying goodbye, we're just saying aluta continua. Joy?
Yeah.
I just want to add a couple of points, sort of building on, riffing off what Komal said. Firstly, Komal, thank you. And I think it's the first time we're meeting, and it's fabulous to hear you and all power to what you're doing and to your research work, which you also do. I want to just raise a couple of points very briefly. One is, I think, the point that Komal made about the building of international alliances. It's extremely important to look at and to internalize this question, not only of race, not only of sexism and patriarchy, not only of class, but and of other such divisions, but to internalize the question of caste. I believe the fact the institution of caste, in fact, exists far more widely than only the South Asian Hindu community. It's seeped across civilizations across the world. And casteism as a kind of institution, I mean, it exists in reality, for instance, in Japan, and there's exact parallel, but there's in many parts of the world. And I think that it's extremely important, since you have mentioned that caste is not even really understood, is I think we need to look at this because it's always been the hidden outlier, the carefully buried outlier. And something that Komal pointed out, I think is one of the arguments I tried making my essay called Break Free, which is Break Free of Civil Society, is that civil society is a construct that has been carefully nurtured by those in upper classes and upper castes across the world. One of the areas that they control is the production of law. The second is the production of police. They invented the police and the brutality of police to defend themselves and property. And their property included slaves. So in exactly the same way as happened in the United States, it happened also in India. But in addition, the task of civil society is to achieve a hegemony in the production of social knowledge. So as Komal said, the vast majority of all ideas are produced by institutions controlled by and peopled by. Now there are exceptions being made. People like Komal will be invited in because you need the token representation. I'm sorry to say this, but there is a diversification taking place. But it's taken place only because of struggle and demand and excellence by people in struggle. And I think this is something that's not, we who belong to upper castes and upper classes don't entirely comprehend, even if we consider ourselves to be progressive or radical. And I think it seeps and through and cuts across so much of what to do. The last point is, which it's just, I think extremely important to understand, is that the institution of civility under the project of civilization and civil society, which is to be credited with a great deal of advance in terms of democracy and human rights and other very positive advances. The institution of civil society has also been at the cutting edge of barbarism and genocide in history. Look at the experience, aside from of blacks, of slaves across the world, of indigenous peoples across the world. It is that same section, my relatives, our relatives and people, ancestors who were involved in all of this. And I think it's extremely important for us to atone for this, to recognize this reality that they are still in us. And so this project has to be dismantled as a whole, the idea of civil society. So Matt, you even used the word civil society at the beginning. We have to find another terminology. It's nothing like as civil as it seems to be. It's a brutal society. And I think we need to recognize this. So I just like to leave you with these thoughts that it's a project with which People Strike can and should take on as an intellectual project to bring down this structure and to also to find new definitions, and new vocabularies and grammars.
I just wanted to say on that note, it reminds me of Marx on the Jewish question.
Absolutely.
The standpoint of the old society, civil society, the standpoint of the new is the new humanity. And that's what we have to define.
But one of the things that I put forward in my essay is the concept of in-civil society. And I use Marx, among others. Freud is another one, Gandhi is another, Ambedkar is another one. People who turn the world upside down in their own ways by being incivil, by using the rules of civility to break the power. And I think that that's what's so important, to transform the regime of knowledge.
Yeah, I just since we are on the question of Marx, this one quote just keeps popping in my head, and it's something that has just haunted me for quite some time. You know, when I was reading 18th Brumaire recently, and there was this fantastic quote about how the bourgeois revolutions of the 18th century made heroes out of grotesque mediocrity. And by grotesque mediocrity, he meant the bourgeois rule. And, I think at this point of time, in this particular movement, when I look at certain voices that are trying to sort of appropriate the BLM movement, let us not, repeat history as a farce and let an upper caste section dominate. Let's not make heroes out of this grotesque modernity, like grotesque mediocrity. And I'm not saying this as an offensive sort of way, but what I'm trying to say is that let us sort of understand how power works, right? Let us understand what is appropriation, and let us not sort of let this section of people which has gotten away with centuries long oppression off the hook so easily. So
Thank you.
I have to say that, on the side of these things, we have our production team and our coordinating committee team and the Black Caucus, which provides leadership to People's Strike on little links. And everyone is sending me little heart signs and thumbs up and oh my gosh and wow. So Kamal, I think you've said it so incredibly well. I think you've said it for all of us. And I think all of the things you're talking about and the two of you are talking about fits so well into People's Strike, international People's Strike in general. And we would be very blessed, privileged to stay with you and to work together and to have more leadership and vision like you provided for us today.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much to all of you.
All of you. Frieda.
So I think we're going to, with those words of thanks, try again to get Amira Coles from Bristol, England, back onto the screen. I don't know how the audio video will be, but my understanding is that she has the questions. So even if she can't hear us, she knows that she can go on and tell us some Bristol stories. Amira, welcome.
Welcome. I can hear you now. So I just wanted to just update you a bit, actually, because since the statue was taken down in early June, the Colston statue, I guess you may have all seen that because,
No, let's back up. Let's back up. Let's not assume that the people here in the U.S. Are aware of that. So please tell us the story from the beginning, eh?
Okay, so.
Your microphone is muted, Amira. Okay.
Is that better?
Yes, very good.
Yeah.
Please.
So early June, we had a series of events organized by different people in the city. We had in different places in the city, but the main event happened on the Sunday, which was around the 7th, 8th of June, and it was a big Black Lives Matter led that event, and that was right in our city centre. And in our city centre, it was right at our college house where our councillors meet, the council house, and in the city centre stood a statue of Edward Colston, which had stood there for over 200 years. And during that event, that protest, that statue was taken down and thrown in the docks. It was actually taken down, rolled, everybody helped to push it and actually sunk it in the docks. And so that was, it was amazing. Our mayor of the city, who was being very diplomatic, actually said it was an act of historical poetry. So although he couldn't, of course, condone the criminal damage element of it, but it meant so much to so many people. People were rejoicing. There was lots of people saying that we had about three or four campaigns to take the statue down, and it never happened. It was always stopped by a small elite people who were able to override the say of the masses in the city. So this day, it just happened. It just came down. Obviously, in Bristol, there was lots of people who weren't happy with it coming down and felt it was part of their history and that it should remain. But the fact of the matter is it came down and it started this big conversation around, monuments and what they represent and who they represent and how we want our city to be as Bristol, So the majority of people have agreed that they want the city to be a city where everybody who lives in Bristol feels comfortable with that. So the statue came down. It's now been fished out of the waters, and it's now I think it's going to be cleaned up and put in the museum. But then following that, Colston Hall, we had a big entertainment hall. Colston Hall took their name off their building. And then we had Colston Schools as well. Now, Colston Schools, parents had always complained about the name Colston Schools, and it also had a monument inside the building of Colston, which they quickly covered up. And now they're talking about changing the name of Colston as well. So, and this has gone on. They're looking at other statues in the city, and we've now moved on to street names, you know. So White Ladies Road is one of the streets we're looking at, and Black Boy Hill. So it's just kept going. And then as you know, around the world, people are looking at statues and monuments and what they mean and whether they should be there and wanting them removed. So yeah, so it's been quite interesting. So lots of different organizations in Bristol doing lots of different things. The former Lord Mayor, she has written a motion which will go to the full council, and she is asking for two things. And one of those things is for the implementation of a One Bristol curriculum, which will look at decolonizing the curriculum, and for all schools in Bristol, because the local authority doesn't actually run all the schools in the city, so they don't actually have a say over what goes on in a lot of the schools. So the high exclusion rate of you know, particularly Black boys, there's not much that they can do about that except for provide alternative provisions for them. So this is what's being looked at now. There's also another thing in the motion which he's put, which was writing to the Chancellor and raising the concern that taxpayer up to 2015, taxpayers' money was used to pay off the debt to the slave owners, and that just stopped in 2015. And when you look at 2015 and you think about some of the things that have happened in in the UK since 2015, like the Windrush scandal, where the elder people who had come into this country as British citizens were then being thrown out because they didn't have papers, because they were not required papers when they came into the country, because they were British citizens, and now being told you need to prove you're a British citizen, or they were being deported. So they lost jobs. Some people couldn't even get medical care because they were told that they were illegal in the country. Well, that came to a head in 2015. It just makes you think, well, you know, now that this debt is paid off, they don't need us here no more in this country, you know. So that's happened as well. And then we also have an organization called the African Connections Consortium. Now they work particularly around the work of the United Nations. So 2015 to 2024 is the International Decade of People of African Descent. And they're particularly talking about issues around Afrophobia. And so this group looks at working with leaders in the city to raise the profile of people of African descent in the city, and looking at how they can become in positions where they are actually responsible for making decisions which affects their lives. So in the sense that, you know, nothing about us without us. You know, they look at things like the term BAME and BME, and how that excludes a good number of people from that, and looking at terms like, you know, so if we look at the BAME, we look at, you can't put everybody under one umbrella. You have to take individual experiences for what they are. So, you know, when your speaker before was talking about the experiences of, you know, different Asian communities, that's different to the experience of a lot of the African communities. So we have to take them on their own merits, and we have to do what it takes to right those wrongs for those communities. We can't just brush it with one brush, you know. And there's an organization as well which is called the Stop the Mangamizi organization, and this is an organization that I've been involved in for at least the last 7 years. And this organization, on the 1st of August, we do the Emancipation March, which we go up to London, Brixton in London, and we march from Brixton to Westminster, and we take a petition to Parliament, and that petition is asking for to stop the genocide and ecocide against African communities and indigenous people. You know, we ask them to initiate a lobby in Parliament on African heritage communities and legacies of enslavement, and to support our call to establish an all-party group of African legacies of enslavement. So we do quite a lot in that day. It's a long day, and this August, we're just actually planning what's going to happen this August. So we're not sure if we're going to take to the streets due to the COVID, and obviously a lot of other campaigns going on quite regularly here in the UK as well. So we're just discussing what we're going to do, but we will definitely be doing something this August, and it will definitely start in Brixton. So I don't know if you've got any questions.
Yes, this is so exciting, and the way in which you are discussing the impact of this new wave of the Black Lives Matter uprising on rethinking about education, about healthcare, about ecology. It's tremendous. And I was wondering, since we're doing a comparison contrast to the United States, one of the really exciting aspects of the movement in the US is that it is really affecting the consciousness of white people who maybe even a year ago were not saying that racism is a major issue in the United States, or were not supporting Black Lives Matter, and now are saying that they support Black Lives Matter. They do think racism is a major issue in the United States. So we're seeing that change in consciousness. And are you seeing something similar within a sector of British society that was not sympathetic, that might be sympathetic now?
Yes, definitely. The Black Lives Matter has really brought to the forefront the issue of racism in the UK. You know, at every level, the institutionalized racism that goes on. And to break this down, though, we have to look at the institutions. So Bristol was built on the slave trade. So, you know, and yet the people of African descent are at the bottom of the pile, but while others flourish off of that. So we have to look at how we can reverse that. And part of that is what we look at with the Stop the Mangamizi campaign, because Mangamizi is just a Swahili word for harm. So it's about stop the harm, what you're doing on every level. So let's look at the way that our young Black boys are treated. Let's look at how they're overrepresented in the education exclusion system. Let's look at how the prisons are full of you know, although Black people are supposed to be a minority in this country, they seem to be the majority in them, in the prisons and the mental institutions. So we're saying, let's stop this harm. You have to stop this harm. And once you stop that, it gives us as a community time to repair. And once we are able to repair, then we could look at what we want to do in terms of, you know, whether that be, you know, when we talk about reparations, people automatically think we're talking about a payment or compensation or something. And but you know, that's way down the line, and that's for those people who want that. It's about stopping the harm, repair, giving the community a time to repair, and actually so that we have a fair and equal footing for moving forward. So it's definitely, you know, lots and lots of people. That Black Lives Matters march was, you know, I would say it just had such a mixture of people in terms of nationality, ages. You know, it was just amazing. I'd never seen anything like that, and I've been on a number of marches. I've never seen nothing like that in Bristol. You know, when people are coming up to you, like white people are coming up to you and saying, "What can we do? How can we support?" You know, never had that before in Bristol.
That's wonderful. Hopefully, this will change the populist direction in Britain and all the damage that has done, and looking forward to seeing the impact in Britain and continuing the dialogue with you. Thank you, Amira.
And Amira, you know, we've said the first of every month, and so it's maybe slightly coincidental that you've got these plans for August 1st, but it underscores the need for us to stay connected in lots of ways and have you back and have you with us, have you part of the International Committee, but also definitely let us know what we can do to support August 1st there in Brixton, in Bristol, in the UK in general, and in all of your organizations. And we want to hear reports at very least and stay in touch.
Thank you, Amira.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Okay, now we have Sarah. Okay, so I'm sorry, I thought we were going to Will, but glad to have Sarah Branco. And let me bring up Sarah's bio. Okay, Sarah Branco is a Brazilian-based human rights lawyer advocating for the promotion of race and gender equality. Sarah, thank you so much for joining us. And Brazil has been a very, very important part of when we talk about the impact of the Black Lives Matter uprising, Brazil is a very important part of that. Of course, it has the largest Black population in Latin America, and you know, the largest prison population. Brazil has the largest third largest prison population in the world, and of which in which the Afro-Brazilians are definitely overrepresented. So there are a lot of similarities to the U.S., and you also have a populist authoritarian ruler, Bolsonaro, who's very similar to Donald Trump in the United States, and both of whom denied the importance of the COVID-19 pandemic when it emerged. And so there are all these issues, all these similarities, and the struggle against police brutality in Brazil. So please talk to us about all of the above and anything else that you would like to add.
Well, first of all, I'd like to thank you for having me here. I think it's a very important and special place for us to share our thoughts and our experience in resisting throughout the world. So I would like to, you gave a very important brief about the Brazilian scenario. I would like to start talking about how the racial relationships work in Brazil. So I think the main difference between the US and Brazil when it comes to the racial issue is that here in Brazil, they chose the ideology of racial democracy. So here, like, since day one after abolition, there is this idea that there is no racism in Brazil, that we are a country that we are mixed, so everybody love each other. You know, there's no difference. There is no black culture or white culture. It's just Brazilian culture, you know. But on the bottom of that, the government created a lot of different whitening policies. And so throughout the last century, we have been dealing, the miscegenation was like one of the most important things that the government did. So they stimulated white immigration, you know. So there was this idea that if the whiter the country is, the better it will be for the social development of the country. There was this white supremacist idea of a successful country is a white country, right? And Brazil at the time, and it still is a black country. So because of that, and because of the ideology of racial democracy, we live in a country that you can spend a lifetime here without knowing that you're black. So you're gonna face a lot of different rights violations, and you don't connect that to race, you know. And then sometimes when you say that, oh, that's racism or something like that, people will silence you and be like, no, that's not because they're black, you know. So here we put the racial discussion to the side, and we only decide to discuss class matter, you know. So it's not about race, it's about class. So if you create public policy, for example, in order to support poor people to move up on social pyramid, they said, oh, if you do that, then you're going to have black people moving up as well, you know. But that's not true, because we face the institutional racism here. You know, so even though we have those policies, we still see black people very marginalized. So as you said, we are 70% of the incarcerated population right now. 75% of the population that is assassinated by the police is black, young black men. So right now in Brazil, to every 23 minutes, a young black man is assassinated here. You know, so we have one of the most violent police in the world. So it's the police that kills the most, and it's also the police that dies the most, you know. So in cities like Rio, I think internationally is the most famous one. In the communities, there is literally like a war zone, you know, in which the police goes inside the community and they deliberately shoot people, children, and things like that, you know. So, and also when the uprise of Black Lives Matter, because of George Floyd's death, for us was an opportunity of, okay, so because the Black movement here have been talking about the racial oppression that we face for decades, like for more than 5 decades, you know. But the system here, because of racial democracy and things like that, they keep silencing us, you know. So the international community always, like most of the time, have access to what the white media has to say about what happens here. And it's also like, oh, there's no racism in Brazil, no racism in Brazil. And the Black movement is like, yeah, you know, you gotta like pay attention to us. No, we are here, we are dying, we are being assassinated. So right now we keep saying that there's a genocide against Black people here, you know, because there is a lot of executions, you know. So it doesn't matter your name, what you're doing, where you were. It's just dangerous to be, especially like if you're a young Black man in Brazil. It's just dangerous for you to be outside on the street, you know, because that's just how the police operates. So when they had the uprise of BLM in the US, we also here, we're like, okay, we got to go to the streets and take advantage of the fact that the US is in the highlight of the racial discussion. We also did the same here. But we are so racist, and also because we have a government like Bolsonaro in power, when we went to the street, the march, I would say, like the protest was against racial repression, but it became anti-fascism protests, you know. So we have like these other groups taking over our struggle and saying, no, that's not racial, it's just like fascism, you know, so let's fight fascism. So it was another strategy of silencing us, you know. So I think that's the thing that we deal with the most, is like how the system keep avoiding to discuss race. I think Brazil has a huge debt on with the Black population here. You know, when we discuss reparation and things like that, we have like affirmative actions in the universities, but we don't take as serious as we are supposed to. So there is a I wouldn't even say a difficulty. I wouldn't put like that, but I just think that white Brazilians, there is a hard time on acknowledging what happened in this country. You know, we are the country that held slavery for the longest in the Americas. You know, so we have like a very violent and dark past on racial relations here, and we gotta sit down and talk about it. You know, we keep avoiding this discussion, and while we avoid this discussion in a serious way in order to promote the structural changes in the society, we keep having systematic assassination, extermination of Black people as a national project of whitening the country. That's a project that continues to go on. So when George Floyd dies, here in Brazil, the media starts, oh, because the US is so racist, because racism in the US, because it's always like that, like, oh, Brazil tries to save itself from the racial discussion. So you look at the US and be like, oh, thank God Brazil's not like that. Thank God we get along. You know, we love each other. We are a mixed country. You know, so they kept trying. When they decided to discuss about George Floyd, and we were on the streets demanding racial justice for Black Brazilians, they would kind of like ignore us, like, oh, why in Brazil Black people don't uprise just like in the US? You know, why Black Brazilians doesn't fight the way that Black Americans do? You know, and we're like, we are on the streets every single weekend. Like, if you go to the communities where the police is killing all the time, you know, every 23 minutes a young Black man is assassinated. So we are always on the street. But there's this idea of like, oh no, so the big media doesn't give attention, doesn't want to pay attention to that, you know. But when something like that happens in the US, they talk about the US, but they don't talk about us, you know. So yeah, I'll stop there.
And just a quick question: to what extent would you say the advances made in a previous government that was leftist, to what extent would you say they were destroyed, and to what extent would you say that not enough advances were made?
I think the leftist government, there was like some contradictions. So when it comes to social matters such as education and health and things like that, it advanced a lot. So it was during the Labor Party that they implemented affirmative actions, for example. It was during that same government that we had a law that obligates schools and universities to teach about Black Brazilian history and also African history. So we have that government doing that, but at the same time, it was the same administration in which we had the military in the communities. So the violence against Black people and the incarceration increased a lot at the same time. So we see that when it comes to especially like security policies, the government, even though it's leftist or right or far right, just like Bolsonaro, they have they kind of like work on the same direction as like, oh, we gotta fight violence. The Brazil is too violent. We need to fight that. So there's a war on violence, that actually is created and implemented to kill Black people. So it's a mixed feeling, when we talk about, okay, so they did this, there are more young Black kids in the universities now because of affirmative actions. It was like a historical, I don't know if it's conquest the word, I'm sorry. It was a win for the Black movement. But at the same time, when you think about the number of young kids that was assassinated in the same administration, and it was a government that at the same time that they paid attention to Black people, they didn't, because we had like horrible case of police brutality and the government was silent about it, So when it comes to race, like institutional racism, the governments, they deal kind of the same way,
Thank you so much. This was such an illuminating conversation, and I really hope that we can have you back soon for another broadcast.
Thank you so much. I appreciate the space and the opportunity.
Matt, do you have a question for Sarah? Do you have a question?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you, Frieda.
Do you have a question for Sarah?
No. Just a thanks, profound thanks, and to be continued.
All right, thank you.
We'll be in touch. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
So while we're waiting for our final guest to be brought in, I believe, here he comes. I just want to say we also had a guest from Montreal, from the Afro-Canadian, Black Canadian movement. And for some reason, he got tied up today, so we will have him back. But we are looking to make these connections. Now, it's really a great pleasure and honor to have as our final speaker today, who's been patiently waiting. And I don't just mean that he's been patiently waiting because he's in the waiting room of this chat. He had volunteered and offered to be with us in June. So it's been over a month, but nonetheless, we are committed to making these connections. John Tu is a political economist, a professor at Howard University, but much more than that. He's a noted author and critic. And I guess we just want to hear some of your comments on these connections, the Black Lives Matter and Black liberation uprisings through the U.S. and through the world, and the perspective both from China in terms of PRC government, but also in terms of people's movements. I think it's worth noting that when we look at the BRICS, the sub-imperialist movements that develop in Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa, we've had people from most of those places today or in past months. So it's a great honor and pleasure to have you with us. Welcome.
Thank you, Matt, and thank you, Frieda, for having me. This is a great opportunity for me, and I really enjoyed all the discussions before me, and all those guests. They brought very interesting and very and inspiring stories for all of us. And so I'll briefly talk about the receptions, the reactions in the People's Republic of China regarding the Black protest, the BLM movement in the United States. I think the stories of the police brutality and the protests were widely discussed in China in the last about 1 month. And it has been definitely a learning moment for many of us, many of people who live and work in China. The context, just like some of the previous speakers mentioned, the context could be quite different across countries. Similar police brutality has definitely happened in China. And the police force is definitely the tool of the bourgeois state. But the police force in general is not viewed as a major oppressor in China. This may have to do with some of the socialist legacy when the police were part of the working class community. And it has to do with the fact that the police do not carry lethal weapons. So it's not that uncommon to see people disputing, arguing with the police on the street, and they don't really worry about, getting hurt. And relatedly, I think there is not much awareness of racism in China in general. On the bad side, people can make some very casual, ignorant, racist comments. But on the good side, I would say most working people in China never developed the same kind of deep-rooted racism like here in the United States. And over the last few decades, the mainstream media in China had, for the most part, has portrayed the United States as a place with, money, happiness, and harmony. And people may not like the US government that much, but few of them would have much understanding of the problems in the US society. So since the protest started, the official media, I think, such as the People's Daily under the Communist Party, have shown very strong sympathy with the African Americans and have condemned racism and its various impacts on the society. The official media also had many very positive coverages of the BLM movement. But if you look outside the official media reports, the reactions that you see from commentaries on social media, I would say, are more mixed. You can easily tell the differences in the attitudes by the translations. The official media and most leftists, they translate BLM as literally as Black lives are also lives, which is more literal. The right wing always translates it as Black lives are a privilege. And the more liberal media have translated as Black lives are crucial. So there are different sentiments behind how you translate, how you interpret Black Lives Matters. And the right-wing commentators online, I mean, those are the mainstream, let's say, the mainstream, the mainstream of the independent commentators are most, right-wing. And they are very pro-market, pro-US, and follows more or less a social Darwinist worldview. They normally talk about the US as a model, and many of them try to uphold the model image of the US and argue there is no systemic problem in the US by resorting to racist propaganda. And they also very conveniently relate the Black protests to the Cultural Revolution in China, as they have been demonizing Cultural Revolution for decades. Some of the most reactionary writings by people in the US, like Candace Owens, were quickly translated into Chinese. And those commentators praise this kind of writing as the true critical insights from the American Black. And there is a small section of the liberal right-wing intellectual, small section, that mostly follow New York Times, as like American liberal media, and they would explicitly reject racism, but they seem to be, I would say, outnumbered by the more libertarian, social Darwinist section. If you look at the centrist, center-right, center-left people, they oftentimes share similar views on the economy. They would prefer, a little bit market regulation, some state control of the key industries, etc. But this time, the center-right, I think, quickly adopts a racist narrative and argue that China should not stand with, in their words, criminals. And the center-left is generally better. They are sympathetic with the oppressed people. And thanks to the legacy of socialism, especially the writing of Chairman Mao, who provided unwavering support to the Black movement in the US. So they mostly followed what they read before. They followed Mao's teaching, and they choose an anti-racist perspective. But I would say many of them, they still don't really understand that much about racism itself, and sometimes they still choose to condemn, let's say, the so-called illegal activities in the protests. But if you look at the radicals, I think they are, all of them were very supportive. The radicals in China, they also question the limit of the whole movement from the left. How far can it go? Or is it possible to go beyond capitalism to really create a revolutionary moment in the United States and not, eventually co-opted by the Democrats? So there were some very good discussions on the legacy of the Black Panthers and how the current movement renews some of the old struggles, and at the same time might have lost some of the old revolutionary visions. So I think that beyond this official media, you do have a spectrum of different views. Whereas the left, mostly sympathetic, supportive, and the right are mostly following, like Trump. So that's how I look at the reactions in China so far.
Amazing. In terms of the global movement and your place, because you also are one of these people who has a deep and daily connection back home, but also you've been here living in the States and professor at Howard University. So some of those connections, I think, from your point of view, would be important to hear about.
Yes, I think well, from first of all, regarding the struggles in China, the anti-racism struggle has not been an integral part of the social struggles in China in general. In most cases, the issue doesn't really come up because people don't really work or live with let's say people from Africa or from Southeast Asia. So in where it does, where there is immigrants, let's say from Africa, for example, there were recent, there's conflicts in Guangzhou where the African, not really immigrants, but African, visitors, students, workers in Guangzhou were being evicted from the home. Part of that is obviously misunderstanding between the different communities. The government was not really like taking a racist attitudes, but it's undeniable that there is a racist sentiment in the local residents, in the Chinese residents, regard to this the African neighborhoods. And some of those are, I think, are a result of a long-term racist propaganda campaign over the last 10 years. There is in the city itself, in Guangzhou, there is about 10,000 people, immigrants, residents from Africa, including people from different kind of occupations. And but for years, for more than 10 years, there is this message, circulating online, doing this kind of conspiracy kind of theory, saying that there are 300,000 Africans in that city, and they're trying to take the city away from us. And plus all kinds of patriarchal, very sexist comments, racist comments regarding those, and those been circulating around for a long time. It's not in the official media, but it's the message is already there, and I think people got affected by racist message like this a lot. So I think it's going to be a very important part of the struggle to educate and to smash racism in China. I think that's something that I hope I can do more as someone who worked in the HBCU in the U.S. And who also had connection with the working class struggle in China. I hope it's possible to bring them together. Because historically, there was this organic connection. When Black Panther were doing their activities, when many of the outstanding Black leaders in this country were doing their work, such as W.E.B. Du Bois. They had this very natural connection with the Chinese Revolution, and it's part of the global revolution from the South to oppose the imperialist system, to build a better society for everyone. So I think the historical connection is definitely there. The part of the problem is that after China move away from the Maoist socialist model, becoming a more capitalist kind of society, I think the elites in China immediately abandoned all the the third world, the global south point of view, and they quickly position themselves as someone like, oh, we want to be a friend of the United States. Well, that means we want to be a friend of the U.S. capitalists, or white capitalists, to be precise. And so it was, and they quickly adopt this social Darwinist worldview, saying, okay, yeah, the U.S. is the best. Maybe we can be the second best. And obviously, all the people, the poor people in the world, naturally they should be at the bottom of the ladder. So that it was, I think, was some dramatic ideological shift in China that break the historical connection between the Black movement in the world and the Chinese struggle. But I think it's going to be a natural process that the struggles in China continues and grow. It's going to be, the historical memory will be brought back and will be that connection.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. And thank you also for noting, and Frieda, we really do need to wrap up. So thank you so much for noting the connections with the Black Panthers, the connections with W.E.B. Du Bois, to which I'd also add Robert Franklin Williams, who, of course, went into exile to Cuba, to China, to Tanzania, and then back here again. But it's a rich tradition, and happy to have a continuation conversation about that. We need to end this segment now. Frieda, do you want to say some last words on behalf of the entire International Committee?
No, just to thank everyone and to reiterate that the International Committee is about unity but not uniformity, and we don't agree on everything, but we've come together around forming this, trying to have thoughtful conversations to form global solidarity.
Thank you, Frieda. And of course, we'll end, I'll just say two last notes. Again, July 1st, solidarity with the people of Palestine, Day of Rage. We're talking about self-determination here. Palestinians get to decide how they wage their struggle, self-determination for all people. And then last to say, we're going to pass this off to Firoze, but the International Committee, we never really like to fully give up the baton, because we like to think that the world is all of us. And we know that we have Firoze Manji, who is, of course, our producer extraordinaire and our thread throughout May, June, July, etc., morning to noon to night. But Firoze is also, of course, a deep internationalist, our Ugandan comrade. Thank you all. Thanks for watching. Firoze, back to you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for a really, really interesting session. I think creating consciousness about real struggles happening elsewhere, the Palestinian struggles, struggles against racism in other parts of the world. I think this is the way that we build up that kind of solidarity that's to come. Now, for now, I think we have a little musical interlude, and we have Nejma Nefertiti performing for us. So let me just call her up, and we'll go straight ahead on that.
Agreed to talk with me in Havana. Jezimard, or Asada Shakur, insisted she had killed Lola and was railroaded by an all-white jury by what she called racist New Jersey state troopers.
Because I knew that the racist legal system in the United States, I would receive no justice. I was also afraid that I would be murdered between them.
Okay, we're back after that little musical break. We're now going to go over to something we'd hoped to be able to show earlier on, and that's the People's Movement Assembly that was held in Bed-Stuy. I hope I pronounced that correctly, in New York. And they've sent us over a short video. So I will move over to play that.
I want to gather, the organizers of the event to come forward to stand with me. So Alexis, Daniel, I want to gather, the organizers of the event to come forward to stand with me. So Alexis, Daniel, Marvin, so we can talk a little bit about why we're here, who we are, and then we can take it from there. My name is Trey. That's not People's Assembly. Actually been in New York for 7 years, Brooklyn for 7 years, organizing for 5 years. Since the pandemic broke out, I've been in Bed-Stuy and just seeing, the ways that the pandemic has affected Black people.
Daniel, him, organized and created Harlem Solidarity Defense, and also part of the People's Strike campaign that has followed this. We'll talk about People's Strike campaign a little later. So yeah, I was born in Washington Heights, did some time in Florida, but now here back with Brooklyn.
All right, long story short, my name is Marvin. I'm not a Bed-Stuy native, but I'm a brother. I went to high school out here. Ever since then, I kind of stayed clear of Bed-Stuy. You understand me? Growing up, it wasn't a pretty place. I'm an adult now, and Bed-Stuy got super diverse right in the straight up, I feel like I've been, but I've been free all my life.
Alexis, she, her pronouns. Bed-Stuy is my home, so I'm really happy to be in community with all of you today.
The Bed-Stuy People's Assembly group started because we all recognized that Black people, specifically in Bed-Stuy, had issues that we had to organize around that affected us specifically. And then we also realized that we want to, pursue and utilize, alternative structures, economically, politically, socially, to get those things done. So that's all of our agreements as a group. And so that's the basis from which we organize, and we're trying to build more agreements as we go forward. But that was the basis for us calling this People's Assembly here today. The People's Assembly basically can act as a way to make decisions as a community. The goal of the People's Assembly basically is to have proposals brought to the community as a whole, which meets, and have the community vote on the best, on the thing that is proposed on, according to what's best for the community. The more people we have, the better, because how we actually make decisions for the whole is that we should do it based on what the whole, actually thinks is best for. And it really makes sense. But I think the way that we allow, ourselves to be in this culture, in this society, sometimes we have other people making our decisions for us. We have other people telling us what we should and shouldn't be thinking. And so this is a place where we can actually work all those things out and make decisions as a community.
So we want to open up the testimonials right now. A lot of people in the community want to talk about what things you've seen in the community you would like to address, or some ideas you have for a future that would be that you want to see. We open up this space for y'all to come over here and just talk about that. So if you want to, we have a stack taker, correct?
Yeah.
So Trey is keeping stack, meaning if you raise your hand, we'll make a note of it, and we'll go in the order of hands raised.
You know, I'm just thankful because this is something I needed for myself and I feel like it's needed, you know, but I feel like I see so many people around here that I love, and it's like connect with the community without so I think this is a great first step, and I'm willing to figure out how to make it not forward a little bit.
What we want to do is continue to build processes, education, you know, support for the community that would allow the capacity, the energy, you know, the ability for people to be out there, because we really know that, you know, what really stops people from organizing is the energy, you know, a lot of things that, you know, people have in their life that's in their life. So that's what we're going to try to address, you know, as an organization, to make sure that more people can come out and speak their mind, more problems for us, the Black community, can best stop being heard.
A lot of communities litter since the pandemic, you know, so it's like love, to ask who are not being responsible in terms of that, so you don't think it's worth on that. Also, I feel like it's very important if we have, I don't know, properly say this, but like, sanitation stations, you know, everything, people have, okay, why don't we have boxes like that? Why do we have gloves to pick up the trash? I want to pick up the trash, I don't want to just sit, you know, or it's not.
My name is Rich. I'm on the board of the Central Brooklyn People Watch, and it's a Black language owned grocery store that's opening up here in Bed-Stuy, serving the low and moderate income Black residents of Bed-Stuy and Crown Heights. It's all about self-determination. It's all about us Black people taking the power back. For our whole food, so all the food is locally sourced, primarily from Black farmers. It's all about Black self-determination, liberation. So we have some flyers here.
I was basically saying how like not only on like an everyday level of like surviving and like trying to thrive as like a young Black person, but then like that's one wave of it, how it's affecting me financially. And then the other wave of it is just like the displacement of it all and the attitude that comes with moving to the neighborhoods is very disgusting. Like I feel like people don't understand that we see all of your microaggressions. Like when we're walking down the street and you don't want to say hello and you look on your phone or you look everywhere else that you could possibly look, instead of just looking at us and saying hello, or maybe like building some level of rapport to see how you can use your privilege to actually like affect the spaces that you're using in there. But I'll be very clean since we're like in community speaking with each other. One of the most powerful ways that you can do that is by honestly like and just like stop moving to like underserved neighborhoods. Like there's people that live there and you're actually like pushing them out and like indirectly and directly they're raising their rent. And like I'm literally like a testimony of that. So and that happened this year. So
Me, full transparency, I am not from Bed-Stuy, but my dad is from here and I'm from South Oakland Park. So I can live in New York City. And I guess I'm just going to speak on a little bit of our housing situation. We don't even talk about the rent, we know. But I actually live in a rent stabilized apartment with the tax management. They're notorious in the area. They have 30 plus buildings just in like Bed-Stuy, like Akuno, Madison, Ave, and then like nearby areas, Bushwick, whatever. And most of my neighbors, I've been organizing with people from site management because of how terrible they treat the buildings and like treat people. And so it's like, that's like they're trying to push out people from unstabilized apartments that have been in bedside 10, 15, 30 years, so that they can, you know, go away the buildings and like make them ready to get justification, all that good stuff. So that's what I've been working on with other people who are from bedside and trying to get housing justice for us. You may have seen the flyers, come talk to me, or if anyone else wants to. If you know like housing lawyers and stuff like that, wants to support us in that too, that would be great too.
There's no secret, Black guys, we politically get the shit in this before. And it's hard to step back and humanize politics, but all my life I've tried to and I am a proud survivor of leadership. Makes sense? And it's still there. Pardon my Lord delivery, but it is what it is.
Okay. I'm afraid we have to cut that short. Maybe we'll be able to return to it a little later on. But we are pressed for time, and our guests have arrived. So let me bring them in. Antoine Johnson and Rob Wallace, welcome to the show.
Hi, thanks for having us.
Oh, that's great. It's great. Before we start, I thought what we'd do is there's a really interesting little video about the COVID-19 crisis. It's a video produced by the North African Food Sovereignty Network, and it has English subtitles. And I thought it might be quite useful just to set a context for people who are watching, because I think it does capture quite a lot in a very short time. So let me see if I can get it up and running here. Yeah. There we go. All right. Here we go. Not sure whether the sound is coming through.
I think you have to hit the sound button in the bottom right corner. I think it shows that the video is muted.
Oh, right, of course. Okay, let's go.
قصدنا تزبده هنا في غابة جنوب شرق آسيا اللي في آخر قرن فقدت أكثر من 50% ديال الشجر اللي فيها. هذا الشجر هو الموطن الطبيعي ديال الحيوان اللي سمعنا به بزاف مع هذه الجائحة. الخفاش بلا سكن وبلا ماكلة، الخفاش تيهاجر باش يعيش وتلقى هذه الفرصة ديال الحياة في الأراضي اللي متواجد فيهم الإنسان والكتيبة ديالو. من الآخر الكورونا ما اخترعوها لا شي ولا ميريكان، وما جات لا من صوبة خفاش ولا من كلب مشوي. كورونا جات من شكار سمو الشكارة.
Yeah, maybe pause it for now.
تدرس العالم باش تقلب على أرخص يد عاملة وأغنى بلاد من ناحية الموارد الطبيعية. الشركات.
Okay, I'm afraid the subtitles were lost, but never mind. We have got lots of people to talk about the real McCoy. So first of all, let's introduce you to the audience. Antoine, you're a PhD student. Could you like to tell us a little bit more about your work?
Yeah, thanks for having me again. Like you said, I'm a PhD candidate at a University of California, San Francisco, in the History of Health Sciences department, working on my dissertation right now, examining HIV and AIDS among African Americans throughout the Bay Area, from the disease's identification to the turn of the century, and just looking at ways that health inequality, poverty, and public policy played into Black people's disease susceptibility.
Great. Rob, we've been in conversation together earlier on a different show. There's a lot we could say about you, but you're at the Institute of Global Studies at the University of Minnesota, and author of an extraordinary book, Big Farms Make Big Flu, Dispatches on Infectious Disease, Agribusiness, and the Nature of Science. But you have also been busy bringing together another book, which is quite remarkable. Do you want to tell us something about this new book?
Oh yeah, it's called Dead Epidemiologists on the Origins of COVID-19, and all the writing is done this year. As you all know and feel, every week seems like a year, which is a terrible thing. But also, if it's in your ballpark and you're writing a lot, you end up producing a lot. So a lot of essays, interviews, new stuff. And thank you. And so this is coming out in September. Publishers put the pedal to the metal on this, and pretty much encapsulates our group's thoughts and understanding of the recent outbreak.
Rob, one of the things you argued in Big Farms Make Big Flu was, for once, the attention is being placed upstream. That is to say that unless we deal with the actual causes of the generation of these zoonotic viruses, which you explained to me last time, is a direct result of the deforestation that is associated with large-scale industrial agriculture and livestock production, the genetic monoculture, not only on the fields but in the pig farms and so on. But the argument that has come up since then has been, well, actually, this came out of a laboratory in China. Help us understand what your perspective on that is.
Well, as Antoine very well knows, there's so much focus on the virus itself and the particular molecular aspects of it, to the point that it's kind of like a deer in the headlights. Most society gets so involved in the particularities of the virology of it, and at the expense of the reality of capitalism, the reality of a racial capitalism, that basically endangers people by putting them in a position of exposure and inability to be able to respond to the development of comorbidities that basically force a kind of character on the virus that is actually speaking not about the virus or the people infected, but the system that basically exposes people to the infection and helps generate the infections in the first place. So as you brought up, there is two competing ideas about the origins of COVID-19. One has dubious dubious notions of origin, of that it came out of a lab. And we can understand the frustration and the distrust for governments in terms of how it might originate. I don't believe that's true. However, governments since 9/11 have built multiple BSL 3 and 4 labs around the world, and accidents have accrued at a rapid rate that the hypothesis should be looked at. I just don't think that the evidence, including in the genetics of the virus itself, are in favor of that hypothesis. I'm more in favor of the idea that when China took the road toward, in essence, pulling itself out of poverty by developing the capitalist paradigm from the last 40, 50 years when the economy was liberalized, and it, in essence, decided to feed its own people and engage in a kind of industrial production and agriculture that has led to an increasing interface between livestock and wild animals, and an increasingly capitalized wild foods market. So, we have word about pangolins and civets and such, separating that out from industrial agriculture. But in fact, that sector itself is becoming more industrialized. So we have an increasing interface between wild animals that are the host, natural host or reservoir for many of these pathogens. In China, we have coronaviruses spread across the central and southern China, and rapidly declining forest that's being eaten up by both industrial ag and wild foods, increasing interface, leading to these spillovers in such a way that increasing the frequency by which these spillovers happen in such a way that we have these increasing spillover events. So SARS-1 came out in 2002. So many of the new influenzas were emerging at this time, and we have this strange layer cake. And I'll cut off short because I can go on and on. I don't want to do that. But we have a historical layer cake of Neolithic rice, increasing introduction of geese into that rice, and then industrializing poultry and hog to the point where China has 300 million hog, which is half of the world's output. So diseases like the influenzas, like the coronaviruses, are increasingly spill over into our livestock and into the labor that handle them. And by virtue of the increasing traffic and travel within China and around the world, anything that spills over in the deepest part of central China can make its way to Miami Beach in a matter of weeks.
But there's also the point that you make in your book is that even if it comes out of a laboratory, these laboratories are not independent laboratories. These are heavily involvement of the corporations, the same corporations who are involved in the deforestation and the creating the conditions. Is that a reasonable interpretation?
Well, my point that I wanted to make about the labs is that we can see we're being somewhat set up in a kind of bind where both China and the U.S. are pointing fingers at each other. And in fact, those operations, labs, both here in the United States and in China, are populated and funded by both governments. And so we have the lab in Wuhan that everyone was all worried about. But in fact, the Eco Health Alliance used NIH money to help run the Wuhan lab that did the tests that did on some of the samples that they found in central China. And that's all well and good, except when they got into the gain of function studies, when they allow some of these pathogens to be able to openly circulate among host species like ferrets and other animals. And that allows the disease to as much experiment with its adaptive programs as much as what the researchers were trying to learn about the virus. And, I'm an evolutionary biologist, I'm genetics and very much interested in a lot of the work being done, but there's some studies that you shouldn't do, and that's one of them. But my point was that China and the United States are, they are interlocking directorates, both at the corporate level and at the level of governance. And now that this spilled out and everybody's hands bloody, they want to point fingers at each other as a way of not only externalizing blame, but basically allowing themselves to wash their hands of their responsibility by saying that it's the other nation's fault.
Yeah. Antoine, I mean, it is the black and brown populations that are most affected in the U.S. and the indigenous populations. And the Navajo Nation has the highest rate of all. And it's one of those things that, you know, we haven't talked enough about in terms of the indigenous people and the effects. How do you see that? Why is that happening?
I think it harkens it back to what Rob said, you know, about ignoring, using an argument based on virology rather than the reality of the issues that we face. And just as China and the US are pointing fingers, innocent victims are being murdered or they're dying from this. And here in the US, we have, you know, overlapping pandemics. You know, indigenous people continue to be forgotten, mistreated, suffering from treatable diseases, you know, within their sovereign nations. Black people and Latinx people continue to die or suffer from, you know, treatable illnesses. And then when we get into the role of big pharma and, you know, racial capitalism, as Rob pointed out, there isn't necessarily any attempts to mitigate these factors by providing resources to these marginalized communities. Like there's an article that came out today in New York that said, in the New York Times, that said that, you know, it's coming down to what hospitals are going to treat people. And from the beginning of the pandemic, we saw Black, brown, and indigenous people being turned away who reported, you know, shortness of breath and everything. And nurses and other hospital staff were telling them, just go home, here's an asthma pump. And then next thing you know, they don't wake up. And, you know, not to go too far back, but, you know, this is what I look at in my research on HIV and AIDS as well. Yeah. You know, in certain populations, you know, as it was framed as a gay white disease, you know, initially, and that did a lot of harm to communities of color, you know, in terms of representation in the media, or in terms of treatment in facilities, because by the time they tried to get treated, you know, they already had, you know, pneumonia, the pneumocystis pneumonia, which kicks in when your white blood cell count drops to a certain point and you're already susceptible to even more infections. So you can't even get on, you know, experimental drugs that might stop your white blood cell count from dropping. So it's ongoing issues. And in San Francisco, you know, UC San Francisco came out with a study where almost 4,000 people were tested for COVID, and Latinx people accounted for a little over 40% of those tested, but 95% of confirmed cases of COVID. And they lived in, you know, clustered environments, and they lacked adequate health care. And they were, quote, essential workers, essential read as expendable, if we're being honest, you know, working in these service sector jobs. So all of that ties into racial capitalism and the dehumanization of indigenous people, Black people, and brown people.
Right. So what is it that's happening? Is it because these people are the ones who are most intensely exposed because of the nature of work that they do? Is it because of the frequency of exposure, rather than, well, the argument that often comes in the newspaper, you know, it's an underlying health problem, but others have argued it's an underlying wealth problem.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely, and that's exactly what the New York Times article pointed out. You know, in Manhattan, in areas that are predominantly white and have high wealth concentration, you know, there was like, 13 positive cases per 1,000. But in the Bronx, you know, it was like 30 cases per 1,000. I think Brooklyn, like 25 cases per 1,000. And these are the communities of color and people who are going to clinics and not hospitals, but, you know, the private hospitals. And that's something else, you know, the, I guess, commercialization of hospitals, you know, and privatization, and the healthcare system as well. I think all of these things are related.
So, I mean, COVID seems to have helped clear the lens to help us understand better the nature of racism in the US, and I think sorry, yeah.
No, I was just going to say sort of, because there's still articles coming out. I think it was ABC News. They came out with one saying, Black people need to be seen as a high risk group. But that's not the case. It's racism, that makes Black people susceptible to infection that needs to be highlighted, before just deeming Black people. And, how are you defining Black? Are you including African and West Caribbean immigrants? Are you including, just the descendants of slavery? How there's no clear definition of Blackness in these, overgeneralizations. And that's also equating Black with poverty,
Yeah. But it's it's, as you pointed out, the expendables, not just the frontline workers. But one of the things that we see in the struggles and the emerging uprisings that have happened across the US and elsewhere, and which has also involved an understanding of COVID. What I think is beginning to happen is that new forms of organizing are happening. There are demands being made of a different nature from that which the state itself proposes. Now, one of the things, Rob, that you have highlighted in the last chapter of your book is the way in which via Campesina, the peasants' movements, the other movements across the world are seizing the opportunity to try and transform something which otherwise will just continue to generate new viruses. Could you say a bit more about that?
Yeah, well, it's often said that history is written by the winners, but they might write it, but that they don't live it that way, because there are peoples around the world for certainly the last 500 years and before who do not practice the worst of racial capitalism, and they have fought all along the way, and they've always been there, and they've always come up with other ways of doing things. And then we have arrived at a moment where, in essence, we see a kind of utter disintegration of the present global capitalist system, not only in terms of these pandemics, but certainly the ecological and environmental crises. And people have been doing things otherwise all along the way. And so we have millions of peasants and around the world who have been practicing what we now know as regenerative agriculture, agroecology. These are forms of agriculture that actually treat agriculture as a natural economy and not an industrial economy. You have to depend on things like sun and water and healthy soil. I mean, that's where food comes from. It doesn't come out of a damn lab. And if you're eating some of that, I would advise not to eat it because it's not very healthy for you. But also, it's built on premises of production that, in essence, makes those who are wealthy wealthier. And what agroecology is, although it has been somewhat depoliticized here in the United States for obvious reasons, but agroecology has always had a strong political component to it, that farmers should have autonomy. Community groups, communities across both urban and rural areas should have be liberated, have the right to be able to make decisions about what happens in their community, what food they grow, why they grow it. If they wanted to send some of it to market, that's their decision, but they are not to be compelled to lose their autonomy to the point that they are, in essence, back to being serfs and put in the position of having to just grow stuff for market elsewhere, leading to many of rural community losing their food sovereignty and even their ability to be able to feed their own people. So these practices are increasingly rising to the fore again and being appreciated by everybody, that if we indeed want to live on a planet that we can live on from generation to generation, we need to actually come to some peace where we heal the rift that has developed between our ecologies and our economies, and that we have to be able to do so in a way that allows people to make decisions about what food they grow. And that will be able to put us in a position to be able to continue to exist as a species from generation to generation, because now we are encroaching upon a historical moment where that our likelihood of continuing as a species is declining.
Is capitalism actually generating its own nemesis? I mean, we've just heard about the new swine flu virus that has been identified among pigs in China. Is that the next one that we see emerging so rapidly after COVID?
Right. So I have to say that I just read the paper this morning, so I have some notes here that have slipped away.
I don't even know if it'll be after COVID, Rob. I think that I don't think it'll be after COVID. I think that will also overlap with the police brutality, with COVID, with the evictions, mass evictions on the horizon throughout this country, because businesses are shut down, people can't pay their rent, stress and depression, all these things are up, people committing suicide. I think it's all overlapping. I don't think it's one after the other.
Yeah, well, this is true, but right, and this is why, in part, we have what's known in the literature as a synergism of plagues, of different combinations of things that problems that, in essence, feed upon each other in such a way that clearly, COVID was able to spread in some communities more than others because of the underlying conditions of wealth or lack of is what's put us in a place where, and then the expectation, of course, is that concentration means containment, that if it's only within some communities, therefore we can just reopen up. That's probably in part why Georgia made the decision to reopen up. They saw their data. They saw that 80% of the cases were in the African-American community, and they, in essence, decided that white people don't get this. Well, they have certainly that has bitten them in the ass, and that is the really danger of the profound magical thinking involved in white supremacy. The notion that somehow you are protected from the very diseases and problems you think you're just going to dump on people of color and Black people, indigenous. And as far as the new China virus, that's a new influenza. It's a new recombinant of different influenzas that were already long circulating. That paper work was done by a kind of high-powered Chinese group, and they were able to show they took 30,000 nasal swabs from hog across 10 provinces across China, and 1,000 more at a local veterinary school. And they from 2011 to 2018, and they found multiple strains now circulating that are recombinants of both the H1N1 2009 strain that was circulating. There was a triple reassortment that was circulating as well. So the thing is that the influenza genome is segmented, and if you're infected by two different influenzas, they can trade genome segments like card players on a Saturday night. So you can increase the diversity of these viruses. And the team was able to show that this particular influenza is able to infect the cells that humans have in their throat. They're able to spill over from ferret to ferret. That's the animal model that's used in place of humans. That it induces antibody attack that at present is not in the human population. So in other words, if it were to spill over, we would be in some danger. On the other hand, there's Eminence Greece, a very well-known scientist who recently retired, Robert Webster, who basically replies, God knows, meaning like you don't know what actual pathogen will make it human to human. This one looks bad. But what the danger here is that both this group and largely groups around the world who've been focusing on the emergence of new diseases is that they, again, focus on the object of the virus, and you get all into the bells and whistles of the virus, which are important, but you miss out there was the only thing that was addressed about what to do at the end of the paper was something about we need increased surveillance. And there's no discussion about why there are 300 million hog in China, or cities of hog and poultry that are built around the world. They're all monoculture, very genetically the same. They are not allowed to reproduce on site, so there's no natural selection in favor of their livestock immune systems. That would be the case for an agroecological model. So in essence, there's an attempt to discuss these emergent pathogens in such a way that you never have to change the system that produced them.
I just want to say one thing, because Rob brought up a great point earlier when you mentioned, Georgia reopened once it was like, 80% of our positive cases come from people of African descent. White people must not get it at such high rates so we can open back up because they're at low risk. That's interesting because that's what happened recently. But if we remember when the outbreak first started, there was these false narratives, these narratives of Black immunity as well, because there were very few cases reported on the African continent, and there were few cases, positive cases of Black people reported here in the US. And people like Dorothy Roberts and other scholars, they pointed out not to believe in those narratives because that would put Black people on the front lines of these jobs that put them even more at risk. And that's what happened when you saw, custodians, Black nurses, and other Black service sector workers, crying, saying that they are, they're quitting their jobs even though they have no alternatives because their hospitals or other forms of employment are putting them at great risk because they're like, Black people aren't necessarily getting it, so you can work on the front lines. This one, everyone getting garbage bags and things instead of actual protective equipment. That was predominantly Black employees throughout the country. So it went from, Black people aren't getting it, so we need to put them on as frontline workers. And now it's Black people are getting it more than others, so we can reopen because white people aren't being infected. So it's like a double-edged sword.
But in a sense, should we be surprised that this is the way it's being dealt with? If one looks at the birth of democracy in the US, I refer here to Domenico Losordo's brilliant work on liberalism, and he points out that only white male slave owners were allowed to vote, and he called this the sacred zone. And everyone else was in the profane zone. And what I think a preferable term is the high risk zone, the sacrifice zones. And I think what we see is a continuity of that. There's always been this struggle between the privileged sacred zone and those who are in the sacrifice zones. But now we're returning to a period of neoliberalism, which is essentially the same, to say we kick out everyone into the profane zone or into the sacrifice zones, and we protect the sacred zones, even building their own cities offshore in many cases. You go to Lagos, you'll see exactly the same thing in Dubai and elsewhere. Do you not think that this is just a logical manifestation of the nature of racial capitalism? There should be no surprises, surely. Comments?
Rock, paper, scissors, you got it.
Why don't you go first? Go ahead.
Right. No, I was just going to say it's not surprising. And that's why, I pointed out, the mass evictions going on, the landlords not caring. If you can't make your rent payments, then you're getting kicked out of here because there's like you said, it's neoliberalism because there's lack of government intervention. You have people like Ayanna Pressley and Ilhan Omar saying, cancel rent, cancel mortgage payments, give people a stipend every month, to make sure that they're okay. And that if you want to somehow keep the economy going, which is the only thing on the minds of this, autocratic government, give them some money, but, the wealth is constantly being concentrated and there's very little consequences for the perpetrators.
Rob, you wanted to?
Yeah, Malcolm X said the names may change, but it's the same game. And that's the most painful thing about being here in the United States. is to see the worst of genocide and slavery reenacted day to day. And you see it in the videos of the murders of perpetrated by police on Black people, and it's and those are in essence messages that are repeated sent to all populations across the country, that what was the basis of the country, how the country was built, is to be reenacted again, time and again. And my book is dedicated to 3 men, Black and Latino, who were killed in the course of working in meatpacking factories. And in effect, this is exactly, again, along with the hospitals that Antoine was bringing up, these are zones of sacrifice zones, as you pointed out, where they were so intent on making sure that the agribusiness, the wheels of agribusiness continued. And there's so much literature now dedicated to showing how modern agriculture is a kind of recapitulation of slavery and in terms of its labor practices. And we have here, in essence, the same kind of blood choke that was imposed on George Floyd, imposed on these 3 men and others. This is what COVID does. It's not only an infection of the lungs, but the vascular system, and it chokes you out. And so, I mean, to the point where you had governors, those in Nebraska and Iowa come to mind, in which any employee who didn't want to go back to the meatpacking factory were, in essence, told that they would not qualify for unemployment. So, in essence, they were forced back into a zone that they knew was unsafe and continually exposed. And you have hundreds of workers who were thousands. There were some, we're like 20, 30,000 workers that have been infected so far who worked in these meatpacking factories, and only 95 have been documented to be killed. But there's been considerable effort by these companies and government working together. So it really speaks to the class nature of the state to be able to work in favor of capital at the expense of anybody else, that they were working together to basically squelch and keep private data in terms of the number of employees infected as a way of forcing employees to come back to work.
Sacrifice zones indeed. I'm sure lots of people will see the cover of your book.
We can hardly hear you.
Oh,
what was that? Oh, there you go.
Okay. Your book had dead epidemiologists.
Yes.
Why that? Why did you choose that title?
Well, because you can have really amazing, brilliant, brave people who go down into the very caves in which some of the bats were reservoirs for the coronaviruses that eventually became COVID-19, who might sequence them, who might run these terrible experiments, the gain function studies, but who cannot see what they're looking at. So in effect, they are dead to what they are observing. You know, there's an aspect of a Walking Dead about them, because if you're incapable, if you're so focused on the particular molecular aspects of it, as we began our conversation here today, at the expense of understanding the underlying social modes of reproduction that we've engaged in as a society, as a global community, that in essence means, for the most part, for the first cut, it's the global north stealing from the global south, leaving them with the damage, including the diseases that emerge out of this. But you do have many epidemiologists who adhere to what's called the One Health notion, that yes, animals, livestock, wildlife, and human health is integrated, but their focus is on the GPS coordinates in which the outbreak first emerged, and oftentimes in the global south or in China. So as a way to foist the blame onto smallholders and the indigenous, in part, and you see where the follow the money bags typically go back lead to the companies that are engaged in the land grabbing necessary to move the smallholders and indigenous in order to turn that land into export economy back to the north. And so those brilliant epidemiologists are, whether consciously or not, corrupted by the political economy of research in such a way that they back the money bags that are driving the emergence of the diseases in the first place.
Antoine, yeah.
First and foremost, Rob, I can't wait to read your book. And your take on dead epidemiologists resonated significantly with me, primarily because, I'm examining epidemiologists' roles in the HIV/AIDS epidemic in the 80s and early 90s, specifically, and even now with COVID. And I say that because recently, I'm not sure if you folks have seen the video of Dr. Fauci saying, Black and brown people aren't picking up the government's phone, so data is off. And, if they essentially blaming them for, the lack of attention towards those communities. So that's what I didn't, this is your term, dead epidemiologist, but I would say that Fauci is a dead epidemiologist in that regard. And hearkening back to the 80s, because similar right now with COVID, there's this colorblind approach. And in the 80s with AIDS, there was that colorblind approach, whereas, catering towards, predominantly white gay men and the framing of AIDS being a gay white disease and only looking at ways in which gay white men were deemed vulnerable to infection. But when it came to poor and working class Black and brown people, when, epidemiologists reached out to them for participation in clinical trials, a lot of them said, I can't participate in a clinical trial because if I miss one day of work, I will get fired. The trials are quite a distance away from where I live, and I lack transportation. So can you provide any of these resources? And the epidemiologist couldn't. So that data is sort of lost. And I feel like that's the same narrative going on right now with COVID. So I just want to say thanks for that term, dead epidemiologist, and that helped me understand, a lot in what I'm working with.
Well, Fauci makes an appearance in the book, and his history is described from leading his 40 years in governance, from HIV through Ebola to COVID. He's a survivor. He's a political animal. You might think that's a good idea in terms of dealing with someone like Trump, but those two are, in essence, there's a through line that goes through those guys from Trump, Fauci, beyond, including into liberal academia, in which many of the assumptions that underlying the American experiment, and I don't mean that in a nice way, is foundationally recapitulated in the day-to-day operations of how epidemiologists do their work.
Yeah, and basically what we said earlier, like, should we be surprised by this? And I said, no, we shouldn't, because, and that's part of the issue, especially when it comes to Black people, when the medical community and the government are just expecting Black people to willingly participate with doctors and scientists, when this country has a long history of experimenting on Black people and have done little to nothing to mitigate Black people's fear and skepticism of the health of the medical field. So, it's not necessarily on Black people to just willingly go and participate when there's no, it should be quid pro quo at least. You should come into our communities, try to gain our trust. Trust is earned, not given. And so that's part of the issues with this racial capitalism going on in the COVID-19.
Absolutely. Trust and is an epidemiological variable. I mean, you have to, if you're unable to engender that, in part because your regime is involved in expropriating and extracting from populations for hundreds of years, then you're not in a position to be able to then point your finger at anybody.
So last words, Antoine.
Oh, you caught me off guard there. Last words, organize, free Palestine, Black Lives Matter, And in the words of the psychologist Kendrick Lamar, we're gonna be all right.
We're gonna be all right.
I like that. That's going to be better than mine, but I'll give it a try. I would say all those things. I mean, if we're interested in dealing with outbreaks, free Palestine. I mean, these are the things. I mean, if you're interested in stopping these pathogens from emerging in the first place, stop treating people of the global south like they're your minions and that you can steal their land and stuff. The political economy is directly integrated with the epidemiology of pathogens. And if you want to just focus on the molecular, which is necessary, we need to do that. But if you just do that, then you miss the whole program.
Yeah, yeah. Well, last words from me. I think the sacred zone has to be demolished at some point. And it's organizing. Thank you both for joining us today, Rob, Wallace. Good luck with your new book. Antoine, we really look forward to yours very soon. Okay, go well, and thank you for joining us today.
Thank you.
It's a pleasure. Thank you.
An interesting discussion about dead epidemiologists and others. I think some really interesting insights there. We are now coming to the last session of our long day. And I'm really pleased to have, as always, the last word, the great Kali Akuno. Kali, welcome home.
Well, thank you. Happy to be here as always.
Yeah, so how do you see the situation in terms of People's Strike? This is the third event from the 1st of May, 1st of June, now the 1st of July, coinciding with the Palestinian Day of Anger and the Settlers' Day in Canada. What does that say?
Says we're in the midst of a serious global struggle here, and a number of different things that we have to confront directly and openly. You know, for those who may not have caught it or who just might be coming in, today was a day of particular significance. I think a historic day, and maybe not for the most pleasant of reasons or the most just of reasons, but this consideration around annexation, which is going on in the settler colonial state of Israel right now, to further dispossess the Palestinian peoples. So that we are on this day, and this being the third kind of first strike, I think is telling. I think it's a sign really of where we're at on a global level, where there's a tremendous amount of energy, you know, from below, from the grassroots, from the dispossessed, from the working class, which is bubbling up, which is, you know, striking back in a number of fundamental ways, but still trying to find itself, trying to really gain its strength and build enough capacity and organization to overcome many of the challenges that are confronting us. So I think we're still very much a kind of for this phase, I think we're still in some very early days, and some days that depending on where and how we respond and where we go, it could break towards a broad democratic, you know, horizontal, egalitarian future, or it could break in the other direction, which is, you know, I'm scared to even name it, but it could break fascist, because we see the reactionary forces also in mobilization at this time, as they are trying to find their own strength and test the limits of what they can get away with. We are seeing that in both, you know, small doses and large doses everywhere. And I think one of the critical tasks that we're going to have to figure out how to undertake, I would say in the next 2 to 3 months, really, and I'm saying this on a global scale, not just because I'm situated in the United States, and what may or may not take place here in November. But I think we have to figure out how to really intervene in between these kind of fascist populist forces gaining strength, gaining legitimacy in their sheer desperation from linking up with the awesome power that many of these reactionary forces have in many of the state governments that they have captured around the world, not just here. We can run off a few of them. Here in the United States, there's Brazil, there's Hungary, there's Turkey, there's the UK,
India.
There's India, there's the Philippines,
and so on.
and then there's the older generation of reactionary kingdoms and autocrats that you have to add into the mix, from Saudi Arabia to Egypt. We can go on, and then you got the more dug in and transient forces like the state of Israel. So there's a lot of things that we have to really, I think, figure out in this internationalizing of the struggle phase, which is really, I think, where we're at right now. Both a deeper local kind of politics has to be built, but also the international connections. We got a lot to figure out in a very short period of time.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's the ability for us to make clear to people we are working with that these are our struggles. These are not their struggles. These are part of ours. Wendy Marshall, welcome to the show. I'm glad you agreed to join. Perhaps some perspectives from you.
Well, thank you, Firoze. Such a good job, by the way, on the broadcast today. I wonder if Kali wants to talk a little bit about the relevance of people's movements assemblies to the project of getting us organized here in the United States.
Let me move this so you see some better light, not just looking at my shadow. This worked in the morning when Saki was doing some work out here. It's not working later on in the afternoon. We'll see.
That's a great T-shirt.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, so I mean, I think that's better. I think one of the critical tools that we need to really hone in on during this next period is catalyzing all of this mass energy. A lot of people are just now meeting each other for the first time on the street. There's a lot of forces who already do know each other, but to the mass expression, what we've seen with tens of thousands, in some cases hundreds of thousands of people have come out, not just here in the United States, but in Canada, where you are, Firoze, particularly up in Montreal and Toronto and Vancouver, but also some other cities. We've seen this massive explosion throughout Europe. We've seen it play out in other parts in Asia. A number of fundamental things emerging in this wave in Lebanon. Some stirrings up in Egypt and Tunisia, but also in Latin America. So it's truly been global. And in that sense, folks are just really in those numbers just coming together for the first time. And while there are some common expressions of what folks want, what they envision, what they're demanding, we have to really concretize that. And that is where I would argue the people's assemblies come in, and really come in as a valuable contribution. It's designed to be a horizontal space. They can be called to deal with either a particular issue or just be called to, on a deeper level, of folks coming together in a locality trying to figure out how to do direct governance in their community, outside and above and beyond what the state is doing. And both of those expressions meet, I think, in this critical period, because we have to translate this motion into things that will and can be carried on systemically, beyond just the kind of the days of rage, if you would, in the streets, which are vital, which are of a necessity. But at some point, we have to really sit down and figure out how we're going to reorganize all the relationships in society so that they reflect a broad democratic expression of our will. and aren't just, we just go back to after the system has made a few tweaks here and there, made a few concessions here or there, we all just kind of go back to normal, and then just reproduce all the different forms of inequity and inequality that are so grained into all of our societies, right? And so the people's assemblies are one way for us to start practicing the broad democracy and learning how to be democratic subjects, which, we live in a world where democracy as a word is thrown out as both a practice and an aspiration and a principle. But I would argue few, if any of us, really have most real practice with that. Maybe a few areas that are more advanced in the here and now, maybe in small pockets in Rojava or some indigenous communities or Zapatista communities. But they're few and far in between. And even there are issues and struggles. And so this is a tool that we want to interject from our experience as a means of how to build power and how to actually wield it together, right? So that we have power with as opposed to power over. And that is what we're going to propose, I think, going forward as kind of a critical next step of what we need to be building towards building a new future.
So what does it take then to move from rebellion to revolution, as you wrote?
Well, that's one component of it. I think even before you get there, there's some fundamental steps just to organizing that I think we have to take. And we see elements of that in real time practice with all of its contradictions, which I think are beautiful things to learn from. But like, for instance, there's been a number of attempts to create autonomous zones that have sparked up, all over the country. Some of the latest ones I know in DC, there was an effort which somewhat got crushed, but I'm hearing some rumblings of folks trying to regroup and reframe around that. In Philly, there's been different expressions of this. There's the Lac Nu, which I think covered a little bit today. In New York, you have this kind of Occupy reemergence, which is taking place over at City Hall. Then you have, experiments in Portland and also in Seattle, with the Chaz. But all these, I think that I'm pointing these out because these all require certain levels of organization, with people coming together, building relationships and giving meaning, political meaning to those relationships by outlining certain objectives that they want to attain. And for that, you have to have a clear understanding from being in dialogue, being in discussion with each other. What would you like to see? What would you like to see? What do you want? Why do you want it? That step, I think these are just manifestations of that beginning. And then the People's Assembly will kind of take that and elevate it forward. But I think the moving from rebellion to revolution requires organization, but it also requires clarity on where you want to go. Because we can be organized for reform, but we need to recognize that reforms are intended to divide. That's something I've been trying to get across to folks. Reforms are intended to divide. And what do I mean by that? Every reform by the powers that be is a concession to a counter power, but it's a way in which they're trying to contain the power so that they don't have to change everything within the system. So they try to come into arrangements as to, will you and your constituency, let's say, to use their language, will you and your constituency agree to X, Y, and Z? And if you say yes, well, that means if you agree, then you also have to accept, A, B, and C from my end on what to include and what the terms of this will be. And always at every condition, they're A, B, and C, because they're not willing to change everything, and that's not what they're on offer. Somebody is always excluded, either intentionally or unintentionally, from the reform, from the compromise, from the little change that they're making. And I think we need to be clear, and the only way we can be clear about that is engaging in mass conversation, mass dialogue, mass debate about where we want to go, what it's going to take to get there, and what we aim to accomplish at the end of the day. But I think, you know, we're witnessing in real time struggle over narrative, struggle over position, and I think a force like what the People Strike is hopefully, I think, trying to elevate is let's have a deeper dialogue. If we recognize that the system is what created all of these contradictions and the limitations, and that the system as it is totally incapable of resolving the situation, then let's have a real dialogue about what the solutions will be. I think I have a few notions, and I think you have a few notions. Let's dialogue and figure out how we get there together.
Well, I want to return to that in a moment, but Wendy.
Colleague, listening to you, I'm just thinking about how part of it is we need to learn how to be democracy, and we need to learn how to govern. And that's part of what's powerful about people's movements assemblies, right? People coming together in horizontal fashion to talk to each other about what they need, about what they want and what they need. Sorry, that's not a question. It's a comment. Sorry.
That's fair. Let me pose this question, because if one looks at the history of the struggles of Corporation Jackson, you were very much involved, and you personally as well, in the election of Chokwe Lumumba, and there was a rationale for that. Albeit there were concessions you were going to be able to get in that situation. And subsequently the support for Chokwe Lumumba. There are concessions that are needed. And you are now moving into a period where elections become one of the big issues. So what does it mean? How do we engage in some level of state orientation, i.e. elections sort of stuff, and pushing for a little reform here and there, and the creation of concurrently the alternative? I mean, there's a real tension here, and I think you've had experience of perhaps being drawn so much into one that it affected the other. Would you like to speak about that more?
Yeah, well, I'll go back to I think the main point. We have to be in constant dialogue on these questions, and we constantly have to check both our assumptions and our unity, because practice leads to variance. How you experience something is different than how I experience, even if we're having kind of the same experience, meaning being in the same place at the same time, right? Your interpretation of it could be radically different than mine. And that's why we need to constantly check kind of, our assumptions and where we want to go. And now I say that because in the process of trying to execute the Jackson Kush plan, a number of different contradictions and differences have emerged from the forces who, started on the quest together, but have now walked in many respects in different directions. And I think we have to accept that these kind of developments and differences are part of a process of struggle. And I think it's the question of how do we actually engage in that struggle? Because the contests for power are real. We shouldn't act like they aren't, or try to wish them away, or try to will them away. That's not how things kind of get resolved, I think, ultimately. But I think we have. It's a question of how are we open, or if we are open, to engaging in broader struggle with each other around what our aims, goals, and objectives are. And one of the things I would say I've learned somewhat the hard way in sharing this is I've made, just speaking personally, I think I made a number of assumptions which were costly in assuming that, because I knew so many folks for so long, had worked with them for so long, worked with them rather intimately on a number of different things, that we didn't need to check assumptions often. We didn't need to check on whether we were seeing things the same way. and you know, at different times found out that I was using a phrase or a term, and it, you know, in a way that was profoundly different than others, with folks who I was working with, and what they were willing to compromise on, or how they saw kind of navigating a situation was radically different than mine. I think that is all part of the process. But I think from my perspective, there's a couple of things in the pursuit of this type of activity you really need to be clear on. And I don't think that we struggle to have enough clarity. And I fault myself for that in some regards. So I can only speak for myself, but speaking of that program, you know, it was my intent in articulating things that we were pursuing the municipal government with a very narrow set of strategic objectives in mind, understanding that like holding power or being in that position was not the end goal by any stretch of the imagination. And that within that kind of limited set of goals, what we were hoping to do, right, from my framework, and this is me, hoping to do was heighten and elevate the contradiction. Pose questions in a broad, fundamental way that would always, at every turn, in every decision that was made, highlight the contradictions between what the people's broad will and interests are versus those of the state and those of capital. But what happens oftentimes, more than not, people get involved in those offices and are compelled by you know, rationality of the position of trying to be effective in the position, which means you wind up trying to manage the contradictions of capitalism and manage the contradictions of the system, which fundamentally cannot be managed, right? Even though that's what the state is set up to do, right? In some regard, you know, I would argue, going back to something, the state is an instrument of class rule, and we need to be very clear about that in any form or fashion of trying to shape it, re-articulate it, and or abolish it. We need to be clear about that walking in, and we need to be clear at what point and where we desire to compromise with it and on whose terms, and what those compromises will lead to. So to me, if our forces are going to, particularly in this day and time, if our forces are going to, the left forces, and by that, let me be clear what I mean by that, because it's not a broad kind of thing, but it's clear ideologically kind of aligned, you know, forces that are anarchist, socialist, communist, revolutionary nationalists, or within the realm of folks articulating indigenous sovereignty, right? So if we're going to engage these type of, you know, kind of engage bourgeois politics, we need to be very clear about what power we have and what power we don't, and what we aim to get out of it and what we don't. And I think all of those forces need to walk into it with a clear mindset that it is not our job, not our role, to try to manage the contradictions of capitalism. And any and every time historically, I would argue that we've tried to do that, we wind up dividing the left more and more, and we wind up reinforcing capitalism in a number of fundamental ways. And we've seen this time and time again as a pattern over the past 200 years. And we have to remember that it's not our job to try to manage this system. It should be our task to overcome it, abolish it, and create a new set of relations. That's much harder than it sounds, than what it seems. I don't think we should take that lightly, because if it was that simple, stronger movements than ours, brighter minds than ours, would have figured it out a long time ago, and we'd be living in a different world. But I think at every stage we've learned some things, and I think it's the question now: how do we organize things? And if I may, you know, I think just one of the great challenges of this period is we're not going back, I don't think, to something I've had to grapple with coming out of a Marxist-Leninist tradition and orientation. We're not going back to to those types of organizing structures, not successfully anyway. And that we have to find new ways which combine some of the best elements of what that type of organization was able to produce. And I will still argue with anybody vehemently that when at its best moments, it produced some remarkable things.
Sure.
It's also produced some horrific things. So, we got to take the good and try to build and accentuate on that with the clarity that comes with that. But I think we also have to recognize that this generation has been socialized, both ideologically and politically, in ways which render themselves much more to kind of smaller scale notions, immediate notions, and we have to figure out how to deal with that. And I think, to me, I always say that, and I think this last 4 months has illustrated even more so than ever. Like we have to heal the breach between the communists and the anarchists if we're going to figure out how to go forward, and combine the best strengths and the best practices of both in a new way. I think in order to advance the type of organization that's really going to be needed to meet the challenge of the day.
Yeah. Wendy, you had some ideas about.
Yeah, Kali, I wanted to ask you to talk about how all that articulates with our project in People Strike, and what are some of the things that moved you to call for People Strike?
Well, for me personally, I mean, we had a broad debate, like a couple of day debate within Cooperation Jackson, whether we should even try to pull this initiative together. Like, did we have the cultural cachet in the capital to do this? Ultimately, we kind of said no, we don't. But given the dire nature of the situation, like we had to try. Like, nothing beats a failure but a try. So, we put ourselves out there knowing that many folks who might think that it was premature or that it was adventurous. We walked into that very much aware of that. And what we were hoping to accomplish was to really just galvanize as many forces on the front end to be able to kind of, build enough glue that we could not only ride out this pandemic, but it was our analysis then, and I think that analysis is being confirmed, that we are in for a long ride, and one that's going to challenge the foundations of the capitalist system. I think that is proven to be correct. I think we still have a long way to build the type of coalition and the deep understanding that can truly respond to this in a mass way. So I think we've done in the last 3 months, if I was to look and give us kind of a grade, for instance, the old teacher in me, like I think we've done probably a C+. And we're still gunning for that A. I think we got some of our first reviews and found out where we were lacking and what gaps kind of existed, and now the challenge is to do the homework and build the structure to build that out. But I don't think, the practice equal to the analysis is just not there. But I want to highlight, I think that the analysis was heading in the right direction. And, of course, there's gaps in everything, but I think the analysis was heading in the right direction. And I think we're at this stage now of, I think, put it this way, I think we were kind of hoping the crisis would elicit the response that the Floyd Rebellion did, but it didn't. But thankfully, the Floyd Rebellion happened, the mass response happened anyway, right? And now I think it's how can we pivot in many fundamental ways and combine that energy, combine that strength into a deeper analysis and into a deeper look at things. And that's what I think the struggle is going to be going forward, because for a minute there, in the midst of all that, it appeared like many people, were kind of forgetting that this was all happening in the midst of a pandemic. Now, and I think in a beautiful way, fortunately, most of the folks who took to the streets didn't forget that, and I think some studies now bear that out, that it wasn't the protests, as I feared to a certain extent, that was going to be the major catalyst in spreading COVID-19. It turns out just the opening in an irrational basis in an unscientific basis, and an irresponsible basis is responsible for that. But so I don't think people. I think the conscious elements had that in mind and took steps to deal with it. Like that was beautiful, I think, by the community. But we're still here now, where the levels of daily infection are greater than they were in April. So we are now at a new height. You know, we can't even look at March and April as kind of the height of this. We're at a new height.
Yeah.
And given how the Trump regime and its allies have chosen to respond, and where capital is, I'm with Dr. Fauci made this more real to me yesterday when he said that we are looking and we're staring down the barrel of a gun, and wherein there could be 100,000 new cases every single day. This country is not ready for that in any form or fashion. In the midst of a pandemic, of course, some things were learned about how to better treat people. You know, they've learned some things through trial and error, when to put people on ventilators and when not to, and not to do it too early. And that those who were put on too early, died often more than not. So like that was a hard learning, but the scientific process, you correct things as you go along. But no, I think we are in for one hell of a journey that I don't think we're even remotely prepared to address. And even within the people strike, as I've been calling up, I think like there's some recalculating that we need to figure out and do, like what is going to be the best way to move in this in the face of this pandemic and organize in this heightened kind of state. I don't think we figured that out yet. And there's going to be a lot of trial and error. And unfortunately, that means some sacrifice and some sickness is going to come with it. But I think us sticking with it for this past couple of months was the right thing to do. And I think, as this becomes more acute, more folks in the social movement, I think, are going to have to repivot their focus and attention here. And I think it rightfully should be. So like, one of the things I know I'm trying to bring home is just some shifts in our consciousness, even of the movement. Because I think it's hard to sometimes view things in the abstract. So George Floyd being killed in the way he was killed, and that being captured and demonstrated, that brought home a cold reality, a cold, brutal, face of America home to the world. But because folks, it takes them days or weeks or sometimes even months to die slowly from COVID-19, and we haven't been at people's bedside because you just can't under these conditions. And so we haven't seen the 70,000 plus Black people die in the same way. But 70,000 Black people plus have died from this. And so, the movement, Black Lives Matter movement, like we have to try to really struggle and elevate the broad systemic nature, not only of the brutality, but of the straight up genocidal practices of the system and how they played themselves out to produce this outcome, and make that just as much a target of our rage and our fury as taking on the police, right? Because it's the deeper systemic pieces where we can get that reform, but this will still go on. And as it heightens and they're making clear, cold, calculated decisions, that we can allow this to go on with their herd immunity kind of mentality, because it's not, from their perspective, it's not white folks who's going to die from this. No. They're Black, they're brown, they're indigenous, and all those folks the system didn't care about other than to use their bodies for labor or to expropriate their land. And that mentality is not going to change unless we force it to change.
Exactly. I mean, I think, that's the conversation we had in the last session about the continuation of the sacrifice zones, and the sacred zone is being protected on that. But one thing I want to just sort of play out with you is, I mean, it was a very ambitious program to say people strike, but if you take the apostrophe away and look at strike not merely as an event of withdrawing labor, but people strike this is us striking. I think there's a really positive element there, and I think what the 3 episodes in May, June, and July, what has come across to me has been this willingness, expression that we are justified in striking against or striking for, and I think you shouldn't underestimate the influence that this is having, whether or not there's an apostrophe after people or not. You know, maybe we just remove that and just say people strike. Okay, strike at Capitol. Am I being romantic?
Well, I mean, this is a damn good time to be romantic, even if you are. You know, we're not going to get too far without some level of romance and vision and dreams and speculation. Like, if we're not capable of dreaming of a different world, we're definitely not going to get there. You know, so that's the critical piece. I think folks are resonating with it, but I think, look, it's hard. You know, it's hard, and we have we've entered into you know, because, let me put it this way, because of the setbacks that our movements have suffered the past 50 years. You know, the progressive forces all over the world, and I'm gonna use the broader sense here. Progressive forces all over the world, for the most part, have been in a retreat for quite some time. So it's not like we entered this kind of realm of opportunity with the best tools in the toolkit. That's not how we entered into this space. You know, history wasn't kind to us in that regard. So we're asking something that a lot of folks, you know, really don't have any clear notion of, that because they haven't been involved in a kind of organized activities other than being employed that would train them that this is a possibility. I mean, here in the United States, in reality, only 10% of the working class is in a unionized force. So you got 90% of the broad class, you know, which is, I'm not going to say totally unorganized, because that's not true, but not organized in a way that it can galvanize its power like that, you know, in a snap of a finger and say, you know, like what the ILWU did. We're going to shut down the ports, even if it's only half a day, you know, but because we're organized, you know, because we have our communications channels, because we have our infrastructure, because we have our relationships, because we can make, you know, because of these, make broad democratic decisions, we're going to take that risk. That comes with being organized. If most of the working class is not organized, we're asking folks to make a huge leap.
Yeah.
You know, and many folks are trying to figure, well, what do you mean by that? So I think it was, you know, it was romantic to begin with, in some respects, to call it. And that's why we were saying, look, we're being realistic in the sense that this is a move towards a general strike. Not that one was possible in May or June or July 1st. That's not objectively where we're at, but we need to raise the bar. And this is where I agree with you. We need to raise the bar to say, let's at least think about it. You know, let's deal with the necessity that this is what it's going to require, particularly if we're striving for some form of democratic, quote unquote, kind of peaceful transition. I don't think one is fully possible, but you know, if that's what we're aiming for, so that the vast majority of people can actually participate and not be dictated to, right? Because that is what we're trying to elicit in calling for a general strike, for people to realize their own power, the power of their labor in particular, and utilize it to cripple the system, but then more so utilize it to transform the system. Because I'm of the opinion, and this is just Khalid's opinion, I'm not saying it's the people strike opinion, but it's my opinion that the call for the general strike is not just to get capital and the state to concede to our demands. I want to see us get to a place where what they desire is irrelevant.
Yeah.
Because we have organized ourselves to such a point that we can actually seize the means of production and not have it be a question. And then we can produce on demand by necessity, right? Based upon us governing ourselves and our own activities, right? So that society is now in charge, and these other things are kind of obliterated in the past because we've made them disappear to the force of our unity, right, in our organization on that level. So I recognize that in part of it is about making demands, but the other part of it, if we get to that point, I think we would turn on the light switch and say we really don't need to be asking them for a damn thing, right? It can't function without us anyway. So why don't we just flip the switch? Instead of them flipping the switch, we can turn it on and do it an entirely different way. So that's what I'm hoping that we can aim to and what this leads to. But that's a transformative process, you know. And trying to do a democratic, I'm gonna argue and try to uplift this type of vision forward. But it's one that has to be mediated by you, by Wendy, by all the folks, you know, in this dialogue and conversation, in this struggle.
Yeah. Well, as you say, we're in for the long term. It's no easy victories, but that's the nature of it. And back to Cabral, yeah. I think it's sobering to look at it that way, and I think has a more positive dynamic. Wendy, last words?
No, but thank you all, because this was an amazing day. The broadcast was amazing. So very good job. And all power to the people.
Callie, thank you so much again, helping us think through and understanding the context and seeing it in that way. And Wendy, thank you for all your organizing. This would not have happened without Wendy cracking the whip. And all of us thinking that,
we did that together, but no whips involved.
And she makes people feel that she's being nice to us. So go well, both of you. Thank you for a great day. Yeah, let's move forward for the next phase. And August 1st, here we come.
There you go.
Okay.
All right.
Okay. Well, we have come to the end of a long day, which I hope you have found really interesting. I have been enthralled by some of the discussions, all the discussions that have taken place. So thank you for joining us, and I hope that you will begin to connect with the movements and the assemblies that have begun to emerge, the different ways of organizing, the mutual aid, and so on. And to believe that yes, we can change the world, but without any illusions of it being a short-term solution. So thank you for joining us today. This is Firoze Manji, working with People's Strike, and I look forward to joining us in August. Go well, keep safe, and love.